Let's go. I like it. I like it, RMSG. I like it. Where's that 70 cents? That resistance does look like it's closer to 75 than it is to 70 cents though. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. It's Wednesday. Wednesday. Yeah, that looks good. This looks good. You know what else looks good? You know what else? You know what else? You know what else looks good? You know, the stock that keeps on feeding. Feed me, feed me, feed me. You know what else looks good, guys? You know what else? The feed. Continuous. Okay. Yeah, so this one's still playing with 70 cents. Yeah. BZAI. I like the support on this. It just hasn't, taken off yet. Like it hasn't breaking out of the range yet. I won't really fully trust this stock until it breaks out above 62, a dollar 62, $1.63. Alrighty. So if it keeps going back and forth like that, it's nice that the bottom is holding. I know, Chase. I know. See, like that's why it has to go boom skis. But as you can obviously tell, this isn't my favorite stock. Right? Regardless of the name, it's still not my favorite. But now I do like the bottom. I do like the bottom right above $1.50. Right? So stay above that level, good. Break above 162, 163. Ooh la la. Okay, good. Even better. Right? So I like what it's doing for now as long as it holds it. Alrighty. Sometimes these stocks that just chill like this going into the open can just, you can get that fat green candle and then you're happy. Right? So for now, it's doing a good thing, but it has work to do. Alrighty. And then obviously you can tell that I like some other names, more than some other names, you know, you know. Like I like RMSG and I like the feeding, you know. Anyways, good morning everybody. Dude, you like the stock. I like the name, yeah. I like the name. Okay, can we break through 70 cents here on this one, RMSG? Can we break through? Good morning everybody. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Hopefully, everybody got a good night's rest and you're ready to make some monies today. Yeah, this was a good breakout. This was a good breakout at. Sometimes I don't know how. Like, anyways, my just the notifications. Sometimes they're very confusing. Like I'm all over the place. Sometimes. It's just random news here, random news there. Then I'm looking at this screen because something just popped on that screen. Then I'm looking at that screen. Then I'm looking at the. Anyways, okay. Let's see. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, so it looks like we do have a bit of resistance at 70 cents here for RMSG. Alrighty. Feed is just a stock that keeps on feeding. The damn thing just keeps on feeding. It's like you want some food? I give you some food. I give you some food. Can you believe we got into this stock here yesterday at the perfect price? Can you believe that? Right? And we haven't gone back down to that price. But you can clearly tell though that we have a supply zone all the way back the 24th of last month. So a month later, we finally came back to this level, right? So it's like 75-ish, 76, but really 75, right? So isn't that funny how technical analysis works, right? So you can always go back and find these levels, right? But sometimes the algo makes your life a little bit easier by telling you that, hey, just be careful, right? There's a bit of a problem there, right? And then you can go back and look. And if you don't have the algo, you can also just go back and look. Right? So this 275 was resistance from a month ago, and it's failing at that exact level. So if it can break above that level, then you're looking for oof, nasty. Look at that candle. Damn. But anyways, so we'll see what happens. I think part of this is because we're approaching the open now. People are looking at that and saying, "Hey, let me just take my monies," you know. But now though, let's see if we can retest and hold. BZAI, we'll see what happens at the open. You do have some good support above $1.50. RMSG, we talked about that 70 cents resistance. It's also failing at that resistance. And then after that, there are a whole bunch of random names. Whole bunch of random names. Ezra had some news this morning. I wanted to see what it would do with the news. The volume just never came in. Anna was a good stock from yesterday and the previous few days, but now it's behaving like Andy. You know, Anna has become Andy now. So I don't know what's going on here, but we'll come back and take a look at some point. UGRO is just a beast. That thing keeps crashing and coming back. It goes down and then comes back, and then goes down and then comes back. So you can tell though that since yesterday we've been dealing with this 850, 860 level, right? If you zoom out to the left hand side, look at that, right? So this level's been a problem. 850, 860. So and it's still playing with that same level again today. From all the one day out, yep, yep. Um, yeah, YYGH looked good this morning too, but then came back down to the 200 EMA. So let's see if we can reclaim it. Same thing with VNRX, also retesting the 200 EMA. Alrighty, so we have a whole bunch of names that could potentially pop at the open. A whole bunch of names. Question is which one will go, right? So again, if this one goes, we're gonna have fun with the name, obviously. But yeah, so watch what BZAI. Watch that support. ITOC is another one that is the top gainer so far this morning. But at the same time, it just looks a little bit more suspicious than you would like. Someone asked about consolidation this morning. Not really. Wasn't really consolidating, right? Your support is going to be between 48 and 47.50. So let's see if we can stay above that and then pop. Cool. And then we'll go from there. Alrighty, guys. Is VCX still going this morning? Yup. What an absolute monster this thing has been, guys. Like, unbelievable. Isn't that crazy? Crazy, isn't it? Yeah. We just looked at that. We just looked right now. I'll come back and read your comment in a second, though, and then maybe go back and look. Yeah. That's why. That's why. Okay. True. Hey, we made fun of Anna. Anna is popping a little bit there, Raven. A bit of a pop. Just a little bit. Um, okay. Leave that up. Is it going to break out this time? Maybe. Looks like it wants to. Yeah, UCAR. Yeah, with a bit of a pop there. Yeah, just be careful, please, going into the open. We have 4 minutes before the market opens, so just be a bit more cautious with the entries you're taking. So it looks like feed got rejected at that resistance and then came back down to retest the 255 breakout. So again, BZAI. Let's see. Like this is the only thing that I like about the stock this morning is the fact that this entire morning and last night, it's found some really good support at this level, right? So if it stays above that level, happy days. Potential, yeah, right? So it's been holding the entire time, right? Test, 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 test. So that demand zone has been nice. If it can stay above it and break out, because it really needs to break out. It's one thing to go up and down like that, like that's fine. But at the same time, to really get confirmation of a move, we need to break out of the range and not just keep going back and forth in that range. Alrighty. Ayo, Dan. I think that's Jules. Jules, Stock Chaser. I know. I think that's a different person. Yeah. Stock Chaser. Welcome back. Welcome to Discord. Welcome. Let me know if you need a link. Yeah. Let me know. Yeah, so again for feed, watch feed off the bottom here, 255, right? That's your support for now, right? We like feed obviously. BZAI, watch that support at $1.54, $1.55. ITOG, we mentioned that the support would be closer to 48 to 47.50. So it looks like it's testing that range for now. So that's gonna be interesting. Alrighty. RMSG has been good this morning. It now needs to break above 70 cents. So let's see if we can break above 70 cents at the open. Cool. I know it seems like a lot of names, but sometimes that's what we have to deal with at the open, you know? You know? Yeah. Cool. So, and then UGRO obviously still needs to break out to the upside. VCX has just been a monster, an absolute monster. There's a bit of a double top at 390 there, so if it can break above $400, probably. Again, the only reason we have Anna on here is because it's like it has that history, but Anna is looking like an Andy right now. So I don't know, I don't quite know about that, but so be careful with Anna Andy. Alrighty, starting to look a little bit suspicious. So again, good morning, happy Wednesday, everybody. Markets open in less than a minute. Feed is bouncing off that level we just talked about, right? Surprise, surprise, 255. So do we like feed? Look at the stream title. I think we like feed. Feed was our gem yesterday, so let's see if it can continue. Again, if we zoom out and go back to the beginning of the month, right, you can see not the beginning of the month, the 24th of February, you can see that it also pumped and failed at this exact same spot at 275. So this is going to be a really good level for a potential breakout for feed. Alrighty, yeah, we will don't like feed. Nope. We like feed though. So again, BZI still looking a bit suspicious. So hopefully it can bounce off the bottom. ITOC, right? That 48 to 47.50 is kind of holding for now. RMSG looking beautiful too. So we have a lot of good names going into the open. Alrighty, so there goes a mini little breakout. I like it. I like it. Again, be careful just because we're at the open and you're going to see a lot of volatility. Alrighty, but we've been spamming this one in Discord for quite some time now, right? So we started spamming this thing when it was curling off the bottom here, right? After that initial pop. So again, if you're not a member in Discord, you're missing out. Alrighty, because that thing has gone from the 50s to the 70s now. Cool. So RMSG. So that looks good to me. Again, we like feed, but it does need to break out. Right. UGRO also needs to break out above that 850, 860. Anna Banana is not really doing anything here, but VCX is just pushing. Again, that one share, one share. You're still making monies on one share. Isn't that crazy? It's nice, isn't it? And then on some of these other names, we're seeing nada. So right now, RMSG stands out, feed stands out. UGRO is trying to do some things, but right now RMSG is looking like it wants to. So right now it's between feed and RMSG. RMSG. Cam? Yeah, I mean, there you go, right? Like I said that earlier, right? Again, like it's one thing to go like this up and down, like the hospital machine, right? But that doesn't quite give you confirmation, especially at the open. The open is not a time to just say, hey, no, don't do that. You're gonna regret it because there's so much volume. Alrighty, so right now, like I said, it's between RMSG and feed. So feed is still kind of ranging below that supply zone. and the RMSG is just pushing for highs on highs on highs. Again, Anna has become Andy, so uh, it's time for Andy to move to Thailand, to visit the other lady boys. But right now, though, RMSG is looking very nice. Type yes in the chat if you're holding RMSG, because I know some of you guys are already in this one. Type yes in the chat. So again, like I said, it's between feed and RMSG right now. So if you're picking one name and you're picking anything else out of those other than those two, right? So nice little bounce from 255, but you have resistance at 275 on feed. And feed got rejected at that resistance again, right back to the support. And it's bouncing again, right? Look at that. Look at that aggressiveness. This is the open though. This is what you have to deal with, right? From the resistance to the support back to the resistance, it's moving very quickly. RMSG is just, slowly strolling though. Strolling. Again, type yes in the chat if you're holding RMSG because they go 78 cents. Very nice. 77, 78. And then VCX is at $414 and $11. It was $430, guys. This is so crazy. Yeah. As soon as we said Anna became Andy, everybody's like, yeah. You guys are mean. You slapped it to the abyss. What happened here? Anyways, there goes 420. I wonder if 420 is going to be the level where everybody's like, nope. VCX, my goodness. Is anybody still holding the one share of VCX? I think Dara is still holding more than one share. I think Dara is still holding more than one share. Good morning, Marwan. $440, guys. Damn. Isn't that crazy? Oh my goodness. Wow. This is impressive. $449 at the highest. Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, $460. Like that thing is just going now. That is wild. UGRO is also trying to pop there, but damn. Oh my goodness. That is impressive. That is very, very impressive. So feed is still in that range. RMSG is still looking good. UGRO is trying to say I grow, you grow, we all grow for ice cream. I said that the other way around. Anyways, so this is that resistance we're trying to break out of. But UGRO does look good though. UGRO looks good. Yeah, it is breaking. The candle hasn't closed yet, but it is breaking though. So UGRO does look good. VCX just keeps going, guys. That thing just said, "Excuse me, sir. Excuse me." Feed just keeps coming back to you, because feed is a beast. There we go. 476. Feed is like, you guys like $3? I like $3. Why don't we just go to $3? There we go. Feed just exploded up. Damn. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Sheesh. Love it, feed. Can somebody look at the stream title and tell me what my favorite stock for the day is? Can somebody look at that stream title and say, hey, I'm looking at the title. I don't know what your favorite stock is. Can you tell me? Can you tell me what your favorite stock is? Uh, yeah, so maybe a retest of the. There we go. Number two, number two, number two. Yeah. Let's go. Look at that, Protect. Well done. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Yeah, that's better. Good. Yeah, you like to go in heavy. That's what you like. That's what you like. Okay. So it looks like UGRO is still kind of sitting in that range. The problem is this range is 10 cents, so it's not just about closing above 450. It's 850. Sorry, also 860. So this like it's like this entire range right there. So like right there, right? So we're technically still at resistance on this thing here. Cool, cool. Back to our favorite stock. Yeah, it was risky because you had a big position, but now you're locking in, $4,000. That is very nice. So for now, it was worth it, right? So for now, dang it. Whoever was asking for Hub C yesterday, it actually did pop. It actually did end up popping. BZAI is slowly coming back, guys. So again, it's just it was too early at the open, so it dropped and then consolidated a little bit, created a demand zone, and then popped. So maybe a higher low, double bottom, and then the real move. We'll keep an eye on that. Alrighty, UGRO is still fighting for its life here. Like it really wants to break out. Beat still looks good. RMSG is retesting a little bit, so watch that 70 cents retest. Alrighty, and then VCX is just a volatile monster. The good thing for these guys, uh, yep. So the good thing for these guys is they have all those connections, right? So if you're not sure why this thing has been running so much, is because they own a piece of SpaceX, they own a piece of Anthropic, they own a piece of a whole bunch of big companies that are potentially IPOing this year. So they're set up for like hype, 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 which is nice. Anyways, RMSG just came back to retest 70 cents. Melody, I don't know why you're sad, right? Stocks not only go up, stocks go up, stocks come down and retest the levels, right? Look at that. So this was your breakout. This was your initial resistance. This was the breakout. This was the test to make sure that it actually held. And now this is your next resistance, right? Why are you sad? Don't be sad. It's okay. It's healthy, right? It's healthy. And UGRO got rejected like a slap. Look at that, right? But again, to me, this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. UGRO is halted down. This should not be a surprise to anybody, right? We've been dealing with this same level right there all day today, all day yesterday, right? All day we've been dealing with the same level, and every time it gets there, something bad happens. Every time, every single time. So every single time, every single time. So it did not break out exactly, right? We literally just talked about this 2 minutes ago. Like, hey, if it doesn't close above 860, it's not a breakout, and the red zone is still there. So take profits at resistance, scale out, or move your stop loss up. Anything else? Greediness. RMSG looking beautiful. Melody, see, why are you sad, Melody? Why are you sad? Don't be sad. Those should be happy. Yeah. This still looks very good. Alrighty. Still looks very, very good. Yeah, they got rejected. They said, that's enough. Come back and retest that to 255 again. So let's see if it stays about 255 already. But RMSG is looking very nice though. Yeah. Mike, uh, I don't know about that. Like I said though, what I want to see, as you guys know by now, I don't like when a stock is bouncing for the first time. I don't really care for it, right? What I would like to see though is like we went back to retest that previous support, so it's now resistance. That's expected. When you have support at a level and it's this strong, it's gonna go back up and test it and get rejected probably. So now what you want to see is just simply just a double bottom, right? Or you want to see a higher low, and then break above this level. That would be confirmation of a good move. Yeah. If that's true, short the stock like its owner. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You guys see why BZI was not my favorite stock? You see why? See what you see why? Anyways, RMSG is looking good though. Nice levels on this. Nice levels on this. Again, we've been spamming this one in Discord since the 50s, right? Since that initial pop and then the curl, right? So from 50 cents going for that $1. So again, looking very nice. Yeah. Looking very nice. Uh yeah, perfect. Velo was slapped. Yeah, that's because they had earnings shop. And like honestly, earnings are like the most suspicious thing on earth, because the earnings, they beat earnings. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter one bit what you do on earnings. It does not matter. The stock can still get slapped. VCX. I think someone was asking if now is a good time to buy VCX. Uh, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. Yeah. We've been saying since $50, if you're interested, buy one share. One share. One. And then this one just, yeah, there was just nothing here initially to see. Uh, Actually, yeah. And it obviously is stalling here at 480, right? So just be careful. Feed is still playing with that 255 bottoms. RMSG is still looking the best though, right? Like the price action, street, let's go. Yeah, sometimes on names like these, you just have to take the gamble. And I know people are going to do it. That's why I say one share. But that's up to you. Yeah. Still waiting for you to join us in Discord Street. Bring those vibes. And I just covered Snipes. Let's go. Yeah, they dropped that offering. So that was nice. Yeah. Yeah. Again, type yes in the chat if you're still holding RMSG. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding RMSG. Holding? Yeah. I need to figure out how to use that thing. Yeah, you do. You do. La 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 la. Okay. We do seem to be stalling a bit at 85 cents here too, though. Right? Feed is still playing with, again, that same spot. So BZAI, again, look at this, guys, right? Look at this. Are you guys starting to see why I don't really care that the stock is bouncing the first time? Like, I could care less, right? When a stock is this weak, right? What do we need to see to potentially want to get in, right? Because again, I see this all the time, right? Like, is it curling? Do I get in now? Oh, but like, how do I know? Oh my gosh, wow, right? So no, when you break below support, they're going to use that support as resistance. Also, when it bounces the first time, what you want to see is a double bottom or a higher low. It didn't give anything, right? Straight to the abyss. So I don't care that the company has the same name. I could care less, you know? So at some point it needs to give us something that's a bit more productive if it wants to run. Cool. So there's some other names that look a lot better. Even VCX looks a lot better than that. Damn! Look at this monster. On which one, Cam? Pizza. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Can it crash to $50 now, Dara? Why you just sold? Did you just sell? That thing has so much going for it though. Like the momentum, the hype, and I don't know if you I don't know if you're gonna get that crash. I mean, at some point, yeah, definitely. At some point, definitely. I'm too short to climb the wall. UGRO's unhalted, guys, and UGRO has a good history of coming back. So let's see if we can get back above $8. Also, it's bouncing above the 200 EMA, so that's good. Yeah. I sold most. Only have 3 shares left. That's a good gamble, Dara. That's nice. Yeah, I think you're doing good there. I think you're doing good. VCX is just like that is so impressive. Sheesh. You know what else is pumping right now is Hop C. We haven't really looked at that one, but that one's looking good too. HUBC. I know they had news yesterday. Someone asked about it yesterday as well. Again, penny stock, nothing too crazy, but it's doing okay though. Yeah, I bet you some people are going to be locking in gains at $500. Yeah, $500 seems like a nice round number. You know, Sid is still. I can't believe Sid is still in this one. Average is $19, and it's not $500, but she can't sell the damn thing because there's a 6 month restriction. I wonder if you can break that restriction though. I wonder if you break it, then they don't let you back in. Hmm. So that we get yeah, higher dividend, Mike. No, even I don't like that stock until it does something different, right? Yeah. If Robert, exactly, that's what I mean, right? If I could sell that thing, I would sell it, but I don't think you can. Not even a. It's yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have to wait 6 months. You have to wait 6 months, and then they're gonna transfer it for you. Some of them though you have to call a lawyer, and then the lawyer has to contact the company, and then they have to sign a thing for you that it's been 6 months, and then they transfer it over. But I think the fact that it's already a publicly listed company, I think it should be okay though. Yeah. Yeah, no, this one's different, Luna. You can't, like, you're not even in control of this until they do it. So yeah. Yep. So yeah, this one's not like, it's not like when you buy an IPO, right? Like this one is like investing in a company that isn't public yet, and you're restricted, so you have no choice. I'll keep 60%. Yeah. Sid, you hear that? Peter is gonna do it for you, and then he's gonna give you 2 Bitcoin in return. RMSG is still looking very nice, by the way. So that 85 is still an obstacle, but it still looks good. Beat is still kind of stuck at that 255 area. Like it's like a magnet at this point. It's like a magnet at this point. VCX, my goodness. Goodness gracious. Sheesh. Damn. I wonder what this thing will eventually, get to. I wonder what it will eventually get to. 3, 2, 1. Mohammed, yep. Not a bad plan. Can it break through $500? I think that's the question everybody's wondering now. At that point, Peter will buy 100 shares. Yeah, no, this is impressive. Like it's very impressive. Very, very impressive. Yeah. From $30, from 31 basically, right? A few days ago, 31 to $500 is impressive. Yeah. And then at some point they're gonna start slapping this thing like nobody's business. I think the only thing that the one thing that might keep this thing up is the fact that it has all those connections. So it might not get slapped like the SMX and the other ones, because those ones really didn't have a reason to be there anyways. Makes your funds rise. Yeah, it does. Sometimes the names, come into play. Yeah. No, 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 no. So it's not like that though, MJ, right? So it's not worth more than NVIDIA, right? The market cap for this is 9 billion. Um, right? Because you have to keep it. You have to take into account the amount of shares they have available to trade, right? They have 28 million shares available to trade. So the market cap is, more than that 9 billion now, right? Because the stock is obviously up. So even if you doubled that, Nvidia is still up. Like Nvidia is still, so Nvidia is a is a $4 trillion company. So no, the price itself doesn't mean anything. Also, Nvidia has 23 billion shares, while this company has 28 million. So um, yeah, so it plays a huge role in the math. Yeah. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, don't forget to smash a like, guys, please and thank you. RMSG had a nice pop there, but it couldn't hold. It couldn't hold that 85. So, but this has been a really good chart today, though. NXTT, those guys did an offering this morning. Is it bouncing back up? Maybe I shouldn't have covered. I got to look at the yeah, yeah, yeah. NXTT, I'm not really expecting it to be going up. Let me take a look though. Yeah, they announced an offering this morning, and the stock looks like when Peter went to Vegas and there were two women, tying him up, but those women really look like, um, anyways, like Russian men. But yeah, the damn thing is halted down. So I'm not sure what your question is here. Yeah, yeah, they took it to the shadow realm. That's for sure. So that's what happens when a stock is doing okay. Well, it wasn't really doing okay. Someone knew this was coming, right? Like this was a setup, right? But you can't tell me though that you didn't have the signs to sell this stock. This is why greed is such a bad thing in the market. You had all the signs to sell the stock, right? Fake news, it never happened. Look at this, right? The stock had a pop and then it sat there. Can you tell me that this is not a good price to sell at? Right? It's stalling, it's T-Rexing, right? That's why we have a T-Rex. That thing sat there for like 10, 20 minutes, right? And the golden candle showed up and the red zone showed up and then it started to sell off. If you were greedy with this, you got played hard, right? You had all the reasons to sell the stock at that price before the bad news came out. The bad news didn't come out for a while, right? So if you were greedy, they said, "Thank you very much. We agreed. We will show you. We will show you what greed does." Alrighty. So yeah, try not to get greedy, please. RMSG still looks like the best looking chart though. The stock has looked really good actually. Let's see. My biggest la, la, la. Miss out on la, 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 la. Need to research how to do this better. Yeah. Um. There goes 86 pennies. Yep. Stay green, not greedy. No, Snipes. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. It looked like it was just dropping and dropping and dropping anyways, right? So you could have stayed in that position because it wasn't really showing signs of like wanting to hold, right? So that's okay. So it looks like VCX keeps sailing at $500, which makes sense. Like people are gonna want to take profits at a beautiful round number like that, you know, a beautiful round number like that. So that's really not a surprise. But that thing keeps going back up there though. Every time it goes back up there, the resistance area gets smaller and smaller. If it breaks above that level, I bet you they're gonna pump it up again. 72, Alex. Your best trade of the day. Let's go. There you go. $4,500. Nice. Yeah, no, this has looked good, right? And again, we've been spamming this thing all morning in Discord before we got on stream, right? So they had news this morning. Something about Real Messenger announces they're collabing with another company. I don't really want to get into all of that because it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. A collaboration means nothing to me. But anyways, so nice pop, nice little dipskis curl breakout. The breakout was nice, and then it's been going ever since. So very nice. Now you're really stalling around this 85 area. So good job, Alex. Yeah, 2 week. Yeah, it is 2 week for now. This is on halted though, NXTT, and it's about to break below 50 cents, and there it is. Right, this looks like doo doo. Look at that, 46, garbage. Right, at some point it's gonna pop, but that's that's yeah. At some point it's. I mean, it looks like it's popping already actually. For now, like that support is okay. Kirsten, I think you just need a bit more consolidation. If you do take the gamble, maybe just watch 40 cents. Like you can do it if you want to. Just watch 40 cents. If it can stay above 40 cents, then you're fine. There goes VCX, guys. Look at that. They broke it above 500 and then they're pumping it, right? I'll take it at 10 cents. Damn, guys, look at this. My goodness. ORBS is a potential sympathy play to this, yeah. So if this one keeps going, maybe watch ORBS, right? Let's go. Well done. Yeah. So if this one keeps going, watch ORBS. Damn. That is impressive. VCX. Beautiful. So again, ORBS, this is the one that Tom Lee was posting yesterday as a better value company, right? You can see that we talked about this 120 area yesterday. That's why the white line is there. So it looked like they broke above it and came back and retested, and it's been pushing up. So this looks good to you. Yeah. So again, this is the one we talked about yesterday, right? You guys remember? We talked about this one yesterday at around $1. So from $1, 105, now it's pushing for $1.40. So that's not bad. Not bad at all. So if you guys remember as well, you guys remember BMNR, the company that we brought the CEO on? They also took a position in this company, which is interesting, isn't it? Isn't it crazy that we brought this little mini baby company on stream, and then all of a sudden they're now doing some pretty impressive things. The stock did at one point did some impressive things by going from $4 to $200, but crazy, huh? Crazy, crazy. I think it's crazy. They also took a position in Mr. Beast something something company. Crazy, huh? Wild. You know, very wild. Very wild. Uh, let's go, Mike. Good job. Good job. Good job. Have tighter stop losses though, Mike, please. And feed is slowly coming back again. Why? Because that's what feed does. But VCX is just a beast. This stock is just a beast. My goodness. Like, look at that. Again, your one share of VCX just keeps paying you, just paycheck. Like, you need a paycheck? I give you paycheck. I give you paycheck. I give you paycheck. I'm surprised they're not halting the stock up again. And it's halted up now. Uh, uh, and then Hopsy is obviously popping a little bit too. So there are some really good names right now in the market. That is impressive, guys. Very, very, very impressive. That's crazy. Yep, halted. Halted, halted. I know. Crazy. Any guesses where this thing is gonna end up? Any guesses where this is gonna end up? Uh, mm, 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 mm. $1,000, 720 to the moon, Tony. Probably you did. Um, Horini, you entered at 350. There you go. See, like one share, $1 million, Red. Probably. Yeah. Sid also mentioned something that was interesting that that these guys were supporting the banks, something along those lines when those when the bank failures were going on. So now they're supporting them. You can almost feel like the way that the stock is moving. It feels like someone's supporting it. Like someone's at the very least not shorting it to the abyss. At some point they will. Doesn't look like it's now. Crazy. Just make sure you're careful though, please. Right? This stock is now worth $560. Not in heaven, not even in hell. It's not even worth. Yeah. So just keep that in mind. But not right now, right? Not right now. Maybe once we get those IPOs and they're overly inflated, right? They can say, hey, we own a piece of this and this and this, so it's worth this much. But still though, is it a good time to get into Ali? You need to don't make me find you. You need to spend more time in the Legend Pro channel and the New Trader Education channel. Alrighty? Okay. Yeah, if you're asking me if you should be buying a stock that's going sideways and isn't far away from resistance, I'll call you by your last name. If I call you by your last name, you know you're in trouble. So spend some more time in the education section. Alrighty? Anyways, so for now on this thing though, like you have a bit of support at 80 cents, but then that resistance is at 85. So you can see how it's just been going back and forth, right? So I can kind of see what you're looking for, right? But you do have that resistance that's not too far away. Cool. So 80 cents for now is holding as your support, 85 is acting as your resistance, right? Yeah. Type something in the chat. So obviously we do like the stock, but we need a direction here though, because it's been going sideways for some time now. So it's a bit difficult. At 70 have been 250, 350, 500 now holding some shares to see where it goes. That's amazing. So congratulations. Virus. Good morning, Virus. Yeah. So you see what's happening there, Ali? Do you see why we say like be careful, right? Look at that. They're like you're just playing with fire in that area, right? So we're trying to protect you. But now, again, if you want to take a gamble, sure, 80 cents maybe, 79, 80, right? But you have to know that, it's playing with a little bit of fire. Yeah, so congratulations. That's amazing. That is amazing. Yeah. Yeah, that's the beauty of having a few shares on this is you can sell every time it doubles like that and you almost cover your initial investment or multiple times over. Yeah. I think I should go all in on VCX. Honestly, the way it's moving, Raven, the way it's moving. I'm not gonna tell you no. And there goes the on halt. There goes 556 again. From $31 to $556. That is madness. This is the one we should have told Virus to go all in on. Anyways, let's see if we can break above that last high there. 553. The spread is getting bigger though. The closer we get to the top there, the spread gets a little bit bigger. So again, be careful. The good thing about this stock is like the breakouts are like the I'm glitching here. The breakouts are the point where you want to be thinking about FOMOing at, right? Like if you're gonna FOMO for a quick scalp, right? You obviously know there's resistance at 500. So when it breaks 500, that's when you can say, hey, let me FOMO, right? The candle hasn't even closed yet, but let me try it, right? So you can go back down and you can do that over and over, right? So when a stock is strong, I would almost like, do the breakouts rather than, randomly just jumping in at the highs. Cool? Because you jump in at the high and then it drops like that. What if it doesn't come back? Then you're going to be hearing other things. Congratulations. Yeah, Hop C has been really nice and it's still creeping up there. Yeah. So here comes a test of 50 cents. Yeah, that's actually really nice. 49 pennies. RMSG is still kind of playing with that level there, Ali. So 79 to 80 cents. So that level is acting as your support, right? So yeah, it is creating a bit of a downtrend though. Feed Aiken, what's your question or position in feed? Let me know. Help me out with the question because I don't know what you're asking for, right? So what's your position or question here? What would you like to know? Feed is still holding the 200 EMAs, so that 255 level we wanted to see hold. It more so looks like it's holding, above like 245 instead, the 200 EMA. So you're gonna have to clarify that question. Alrighty, and then here comes a bit of a retest of $500 for VCX, right? So highs and then retest. And then Kirsten, hopefully you didn't get into this thing because it just looks pretty suspicious. Weak, weak, weak. Hmm. Let's see. I like it, Virus. Yeah, that looks nice to you. Who yeah, I like that. Do, 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 do. That's a nice yeah. Look at VCX guys. Damn, crazy. 250 position. Do you think it will move higher or lower? Thank you. Perfect. I think for now, as long as it stays above 245, I think you're okay. Alrighty. In terms of like going higher, I hope it does go higher, right? But I can't really give you that answer. I think the one thing you want to make sure that you're doing is thinking about the downside and your stop loss. So to me, I think you should only really be risking 5 to 10 cents here. Alrighty. So I would like for that thing to stay above 245. If it does, cool. And then hopefully we can break above. If we can break above 260, 262, then I think you're in a good position to push back higher, right? So we need to break above something to confirm that. And usually it's the last high. So in this case, you can see that there's a mini double top around like 262. So we need to break above that. And obviously you can also see the support. So we need to stay above the bottom and break the top. Alrighty. Hopsy is testing that 50 cents. Yeah, it's back. RMSG is back to 80 cents here. And VCX is back to brand new highs of the day, guys. This thing is a beast. Like all the dips are just being bought. All the dips. All the dips. All the dips. Sean, what did you do? Why is the chat also very happy? Why is the chat happy? Why is the chat happy? Oh my goodness, Sean, what did you do? Why would you do this to yourself? Why would you do this, Sean? What's your religious background? Sean, let me know. What's your religious background? Are you Catholic? Are you Christian? Are you Muslim? What's your religious background? If you're Christian, you remember when like the Israelites were crossing through the Red Sea, right? Let's call it the Red Sea. You remember when they were crossing through the Red Sea? You're sorry? No, there's no need to be sorry, Sean. Do you remember when the Israelites were crossing through the Red Sea? Right? Were you the only one left in there? Were you the only one left? You obviously got past? How did you get past? Because you know what should have happened. You know when everybody crossed and the water was coming back down to carry everybody away. You know what should have happened then? Okay, I'll be nice. You remember? Unbelievable. You know how there's still a war in Iran, right? This morning, you know what happened? You know what happened? Iran said the US is doing too much. We're not gonna accept a ceasefire. You know who is gonna be at the front lines when the war actually gets crazier? You're gonna be at the front lines. You know that, right? When you do things like this, you're gonna end up on the front lines, right? Also, I think back when like I was a kid, we called it class 1. You know how you guys call it kindergarten and stuff like that? Back in the village, we called it class 1. When you were in class 1 with the other kids, I remember there was a kid in class that would always show up with wet pants, right? And when the teacher was teaching, he did nothing other than cry the whole time. Was that you? This was you, wasn't it?
NUTELLA.
What's the word?
Peanut butter.
This was this you, Sean? Unbelievable. This was you, wasn't it? Okay. You know what? Let's end it with a word from the he who we will not name.
Don't buy the sold out level. It's not available. That's why it says sold out. Duh. I can't make it any plainer. Stop being a bonehead.
Anyways. Anyways. Sean, thank you for being a good sport. Go upgrade your membership to a level that doesn't say sold out. Alrighty? Go upgrade your membership. Unbelievable. Yeah. So yeah, looks like this thing is a new high, 575. That's so crazy. Sean, you were? Okay, good. Thank you for being a good sport. Yeah. No, that's okay. You can just go back and upgrade to a new level, Sean. Alrighty. Raven, see, this is why you don't sign up for the sold out level because people in the chat love it. They love it. It looks like RMSG is curling back up again here. So that bottom is kind of holding up really well there, Ali. Breaking the downtrend a little bit. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Raven, one of these days your wife is gonna delete her trades from your YouTube history and block the channel if you keep doing this. You know. Anyways, yeah, TOP just had a nice pop there. Let me take a look. TOP top isn't this is a shipping company too? I think. Maybe not. It says finance. Maybe there's a different TOP. But yeah, a nice little pop on TOP. 44%. Yes, yes. uh, 87, 88. Do, do, do. Yeah, honestly, this just looks like we're getting higher lows. Like every dip on this is being bought, which is quite impressive. Quite impressive. Can you imagine if the some of these companies actually announce IPOs coming soon? I wonder what this stock does. I wonder. I hope at that point though it's had a nice retracement, like a healthy dip, and then consolidated. Uh oh, yeah. Austin, yeah. SB, unbelievable, unbelievable. Feed is still holding up in that range. Feed is still holding up in that range, Aiken. So it's super annoying, isn't it? Right? Like it's trying to pop, but it's really not popping. This is the same stuff we dealt with yesterday, right? Just sideways, and then eventually it popped. So let's see if it does it again. Hub C got rejected at 50 cents. That's not a surprise. ORBS, just not the same vibe as VCX. Just not the same firepower. That video is yeah. That's Dan's best work, That's Dan's best work, not the other rubbish videos he's made about, short people and ladders and dancing. Not none of that. That's yeah, that's quality. You can delete everything else. Yeah. Yeah. Is Rob doing futures tonight? I'm not sure. I am not sure. I am not sure. Yeah. Yeah. No, there should be an alert if he does go live. Uh, Yeah, I know. Sometimes Rob's busy in the evenings. You know, people with kids always giving excuses. Where's Rob? Come here, Rob. Let me roast you. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, no, no. Rob. Yeah. Sometimes he has to take Victoria to church and to dance and to some other stuff. So yeah, that yeah, yeah. Choo, 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 choo. I I need to re-upload it because I needed space for the other videos. Which is the annoying thing. They only give you slots for like like 5 videos, so then I always have to keep cycling back and forth. SB, absolutely. You know who's next? Probably pizza. Rubbish. We played COD the other day, um, and Peter was as useless as AMC shareholders. As useless as an AMC shareholder. He couldn't kill more than 2 people. My back was hurting from carrying him up and down. Carry. Yeah, no, VCX broke below 500 briefly here, so testing the 50. So the high is 575 for now. The good test like on this thing is usually the 200 EMA. That's quite a ways down though, so I don't know if it's gonna get all the way down there. Again, feed is slowly trying to come up here. Aiken trying to. So your entry is good, right? Hopefully it can give you a nicer pop. Raven says to the moon, baby. Ah, don't listen to Peter, guys. Don't listen to him. Dang, our MSG just keeps going back and forth here. Back and forth and back and forth. I think we're just going through that little weird period in the morning where, like, we have so many options and something needs to break to take over. TOP has been good though, um, right? But at the same time, it like I almost want to see some, especially since it's so close to a dollar. You want to see some consolidation, something. Links. Okay, let's. Sean, you did it. Let's go. What done, Sean? Well done. See, I'm happy though that most people. I think that's a true test of someone that's gonna fit into the community. Like if we roast you and you're a good sport, you know, then we could tell you're gonna be you're gonna fit into the community. You know, gonna fit nicely because we're gonna roast everybody. Anyways, Sean, welcome to the community. This is your invite link at the bottom of the chat. So click that link and follow the steps in the Getting Started channel. Welcome. Alrighty. So click the link, follow the steps, connect, and then spend some time going through the educational stuff and also watch the onboarding video. So there's a video in the Getting Started channel. Watch that video later. It's gonna walk you through all the channels. Alrighty. VCX is back above, so it looks like it's bouncing off the 500, off the 50 EMA. UGRO just never gives up. This stock will just keep coming back and coming back and coming back. So yeah, yeah. So that it's trying to. You notice though how like $8 has become a rejection area with the VWAP, right? So the 760 is holding well. It does need to break out though. Oh wow, yeah, NXTT. Yup, yup. That is an oh my goodness. That is a nice comeback of 50 cents, Raven. Damn. That is actually really nice. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting some consolidation. Then we can look at it later today. They said nope. Right now. Yeah, that's really nice, actually. You wanted to, I know, you wanted 10 cents. They say, how about you get $1.10 instead? Impressive. You cut at the bottom. So you bought high and sold low. Don't worry, buy high again. See what happens. For sure. Yeah, TOP is looking good. So here's the $1 retest. A $1 test. Mm-mm-mm. I know, Alex. Don't do it, please. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm in at 118. You are okay. So you just get ready to get rid of that thing then. 62 Mondo. Okay, good, 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 good. That's good to hear. Don't laugh, Stephanie. Don't laugh. Because someone did that. Someone got greedy with the stock, and then they probably bought it high and then sold low, and then now it's going back up. And they're like, "See, every time I buy a stock, it goes down. Every time I sell, it goes up." But that's not the story, is it? The story is greed and no planning. RMSG. A lot of these wicks are holding above the VWAP, Kirsten. So 76, 77. So yeah, it's holding up really well. It's just on a downtrend. That's the problem. Yeah. Feed is like right there, right there, ready to go boomskis. Ready to go boomskis for Aiken. Like, hey, Aiken is a member now. We need to give him membership monies. There goes Aiken. There you go. There you go. We need to give him membership monies. You're nice and green now, though, Aiken, right? Yeah. You're nice and look at that, Aiken. Yeah. Is your membership paid for already? And then you can sell it whenever you want to sell, right? Your membership is paid for already. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Paid for already. Love it. Love it, guys. Invest in yourself. Get your money back. Come on, feed. Where to sell? I mean, if you have a big enough position, you could scale out if you wanted to. It still looks good, right? Like it still looks strong. Like no signs of weakness yet, right? But this thing goes back and forth so much. That's the only reason I would scale out is because it goes back and forth, not because it's showing signs of weakness, because it doesn't look weak right now, right? It looks very good. There goes new highs, right? So, well, not really new highs, but you know what I mean, right? So it still looks strong there. Yeah. So if it starts to struggle a little bit there, then you might have to take some of those profits, or you can simply just move your stop loss a little bit higher, right? So, because to me that still looks fine. Um, yeah. Let's go. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Either way, you have monies here. So now your membership is paid for in one trade. Aiken got the Gold VIP member, and that membership is paid for. So now Aiken can relax. Free membership. I'm kidding. VCX is back up there. UGRO just never goes away. Yeah, UGRO just doesn't go away. But we obviously know where that resistance is at. So there we go. UGRO and feed is still sitting at 265. So a bit of stalling in that area there. See if it can break through. But this is impressive, though. This is very impressive. Yeah, this is impressive. Like we've been here so many times over the last 2 days, like so many times. Actually, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? UGRO 860 crash, back to 860 crash, back to 860 crash, back to 860. Craziness, craziness. Here it goes. Is it gonna break out this time though? I got into UGRO just for it to stop me out. What did you get in at, Kristen? How did you get stopped out? What did you get in at? NXTT is on halted, by the way. Had my under the damn 200. Yeah, they got you right there. Yeah, the entry that might be the problem though. What did you buy at, Kristen? What'd you get in at? 780. So you got it. You got in somewhere in this range then. I think the problem here though, Kirsten, if you got in right there, the problem is you can see that it hasn't really consolidated yet, right? Like when you, that's why I keep saying like, okay, when you see fat red candles, don't touch it yet, please. Don't touch it yet. Why? Because there's still so much selling pressure coming through. One wick could get you out, and then but it doesn't look bad, right? So it's always good to wait for that consolidation. It's a little bit better. Anyways, there goes 860 again. 860. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah. Looks like maybe this time they're gonna break out and actually stay above. Let's go, Virus. Send it, send it, send it, send it. It's time to push to all-time highs, Virus. 890. Oof, UGRO is pushing there. Kristen's not happy. For good reason. UGRO is cooking there. Cooking. And guess what? The same damn candle though comes all the way back down to 860. For some reason, somebody doesn't like that level. Mm-mm. You grow, we all grow for you grow. Yeah, they slapped this one back down. Right? So that little mini downtrend there was a bit of a problem on RMSG. Yeah. Yeah, so you kind of see like the problem here with this one, right? Right. You see the problem there, Akin, right? Did you sell the position? Right. So and also like after the first few candles, you can start to see it stall, right? So then there's your reason to sell the stock, right? So this one has that history of going up and then coming back down and then going like just frustration basically, right? So that's why it's good to to want to scale out or just take the profits. VCX is like, hey guys, I'm back. I'm back. Why? Did you get back in, Dara? Did you buy some more? Or you're just holding your few shares still? Do, 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 do. 6265, good. So you're not losing, you're not losing 5 10 cents for no reason, right? So good job. And no need to lose that money. Good job. Right, look at that. You would have, almost about to lose all your gains for no reason. So as much as we like feed, sometimes you want to see it go boomskis, but you have to make decisions sooner. You're only holding three? Yeah, no, that's more than good enough. Especially since you made money already. That's more than good enough. Mm, 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 mm. UGRO says it took me 2 days, 3 days to break this level. I'm finally ready to push above $9. It took me 3 days to get to the mountain, and I'm ready to thrust 892. And then some profit taking in $9 there. Dang, they really rejected Hop C of 50 cents. They really said, nope, you shall not pass. Nope, you shall not pass. Craziness. Uh, let's go. OT says I became a Legend Pro member last night. Very much worth it. I think so. I think so. Honestly, you know, yeah, you're missing out. Like if you're not a Legend Pro member, um, yeah, you're missing out on some very very good educational stuff. I'm not even kidding, right? OT just became a member yesterday, and he can already tell, and he hasn't gone through all of the educational stuff, right? Like when it comes to the Legend Pro and like the gold levels, there's a bit more clarity in terms of like what you're supposed to be doing for the most part, right? So yeah, yep. Honestly, yeah. I think it's so worth it. You have no idea. So sometimes when you're like, oh, what is consolidation? I'm like, there's a class over there that we've spent an hour talking about consolidation. Or like, what's a breakout? Oh, yep. There's a class. Right. So this next coming weekend, we're gonna have a class, Legend Pro class, of course, and we're gonna talk about the bot and the alerts, right? Because a lot of people have issues with that. So we pick a topic that people have issues with, So this coming weekend. So you miss it? Well, yeah. So sometimes when you're like, oh, there are too many alerts. Like, how do I pick one? How do I know? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. How do I know? NXTT is sitting at the 200 EMA here, kind of struggling with it. So it needs to break above that level. It needs to break above. uh, yes. You can cancel your membership when Jesus returns, Peter. Okay? When you see when you're walking in public, when Jesus returns, you know, you're not gonna the only way you're gonna know that Jesus is back, you know, the only way you're gonna know is you're gonna see someone in public wearing these shoes, right? When you see someone wearing these shoes, yeah, these are these will be called at that point, these will be called the judgment days, judgment day 2000s. That's what these will be called then. Give those back. Judgment day 2000s. Yeah, then you can cancel your membership, Peter. That's it. Uh, yes. Until then, the first country he's gonna go to. Anyways, let me not get let me stay out of there. And then yep, exactly, Tony, exactly. So VCX is a crackhead of a stock. My goodness, every dip is being bought. He's not going to Nigeria. They're gonna steal those shoes from him in Nigeria. Yeah, you don't want to go there. Yeah, it's definitely not Nigeria. VCX. Damn. What alert is that? Benjamin just tweeted. Oh Lord, Benjamin tweeted. Um, Benjamin, yo. Benjamin says we are long VCX. They're buying every dip. They're saying we are long all dips from now until tomorrow morning. So Benjamin is buying all the dips. Yep, yep. Sounds like they're gonna dump it on us. Yeah, that's yep, yep, yep. So just be careful, right? For now, I really like what VCX has done in terms of like retesting breakouts, higher lows. So I don't see any signs of concern. If you start seeing lower highs, you definitely want to. You just want to know, like, hey, some troublemakers are in the stock now. Feed is holding up really well, right? So retest of the 250 again, and then back into the 260s again, right? Uh, Benjamin, someone that claims to have millions and millions of dollars, and they go short and long. So we keep track of them just to see what they're saying. Usually they're very wrong. They're so wrong it's not even funny. 90% of the time they're wrong. So we follow them to think the opposite is gonna happen. So hopefully they haven't. Again, VCX still looks fine. Filing tomorrow. Not sure. They did say that they were gonna file in March, right? End of March is what they said. So who knows? Hopefully soon. If they do that, this stock is gonna react. It might just be buy the hype, sell the news, Sid. Buy the hype, sell the news, and then pump again when the IPO actually goes live or into the IPO. Maybe. Who knows? Exactly right. But yeah, no, for now, the VCX looks good. So, and UGRO is doing a really good job here, fighting for its life to $9 and holding that 860 level that it broke out from. No, so not the IPO, like a filing. They said that they would file. So like the actual filing, right, to confirm that hey, we're gonna IPO at some point this year. That's what's missing. Virus. Yeah. Execution engine. Yeah. Pizza. Have a great rest of the day as well. Alrighty. See you later. 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 But yeah, for now though, the stock doesn't care. VCX is just going. So yeah. So that's why a lot of people like VCX because they have a stake in SpaceX. We like Velo for that same reason, right? Velo has a stake in SpaceX, so if they do file that, you're gonna see a whole bunch of stocks run. DYXZ or something. What's the ticker symbol again? DY. I think it's DYXZ. So there are quite a few companies that have stakes in Tesla that would be pop. Not Tesla, SpaceX. Yeah. You're done for the day, Luna? Nice. Well done. So VCX $540 again. Craziness. Craziness. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, okay. Mm, 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 mm. I would maybe that's worth it. I'd maybe look at Velo. I'd look at this one, virus. Yeah, I look at this one. They had earnings. Uh, they had earnings, and the stock got slapped after earnings. This is why earnings is such a gamble, right? Whether it's MU or it's Velo, earnings are such a gamble, right? We also talked about this though, guys, right? So it's not like it's a surprise, right? It's not like it's a surprise here, right? This is what technical analysis is for, right? You trust your technical analysis more than you trust anything else, right? Do you see that? Right? Velo, we talked about Velo at this price, right? And then Velo kept running and running and running and running all the way to the resistance. Resistance 1, resistance 2, resistance 3. Surprise, surprise. Not really, right? So $16 from eight something, $9 to $16. That's a nice run. So and then they slapped it back down. Yeah. So let's see if this $10 area, 950 to $10 area becomes a pushback up on SpaceX. So virus, I'd be looking for that range there. Yeah. 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 But again, that resistance was right there, and it failed. If you've learned anything from the community, right? Um, you know what a T-Rex is, right? That thing sat there for a few days, right? Actually, one, two, three, four, five, six, right? So just over a week of trading days, right? So it's resistance. It's the 200 EMA. It's sitting there for a week to give you time to sell or do whatever you need to do. Yeah, right? So the resistance should have been a little bit obvious. Should have been obvious. So we don't want anybody complaining about, holding bags because no one should be holding a bag. UGRO, look at UGRO. UGRO says we can grow now. We can grow now. Yeah, no, UGRO is nice. Yeah, this was actually a really good retest, like how it had resistance here for days at 860 and then it retested that level. It's like, hey, let me just make sure that this is support now. And then boom skis. Isn't that beautiful? Now there's nothing stopping it. That is beautiful, isn't it? It's nice when you see a breakout and then a retest of that level and it actually holds and then it's curling. People get very excited, right? So really, really nice push. Very, very nice push. This week, yeah, there are a lot of rumors going around that they're gonna file it soon. So again, it's not a rumor. There was a filing a few weeks ago, which is why we talked about Velo, right? They said they were planning on something at the end of March. So I don't know if it's today, the end of this week, next week. Who knows? Yeah, RMSG looking weak. Alrighty, Akin, yeah, it's looking a bit weak. So maybe closer to 65 cents there for 200 EMA double bottom test. So between 65 and like 63. See if we can test that level and curl. Hupsy is coming back nicely as well. Um, so a bit of consolidation at 37 cents. NXT is breaking through the 200 EMA. I think someone was in at 119. Yeah. Amazon is such a good dip buy, Dan. Such a good dip buy. I think the fact that Amazon wasn't gonna break below 200, even though it broke below 200 before the war, but then this time it's just chilling up there, it was a sign. Right? The signs were there. Very strong signs. Oh my goodness, virus! I thought you did it for sure. You picked up a whole bunch of stuff, the virus, so that's okay. Uh, okay. I saw your TOP 17% loss, Sean. Okay. You have, yeah. No, I know you have Amazon, yeah, and AMD too, and then maybe a little bit of Velo. Uh, Go. No, I haven't looked at SCR yet today. Let me take a look. SER. Oh, that's nice. Needs a bit more volume, but that's nice. $3 resistance. This one's been a really good stock, like really, really good. Right, slow and steady. So that high was 330 from when we initially started talking about this. So it's not that far away now. Right? I think that's when you're gonna get volume though. Go if it breaks through that level, then that's when you should see volume. Links is slowly coming back too, by the way, Dara. So that's nice. LNKS. Yeah, nice pop there from a nice demand zone area. Oof, damn. It's a micro penny stock though. Micro penny stock. So a lot of people are not interested in this, but some people are, right? But from a technical point of view, if you ignore the numbers, right, that was a nice bottom there. My win rate, nice. The momentum scanner, yeah. The momentum scanner is another really good additional tool in Discord, right? Like if you use it, yeah, absolutely. So, yep. That's why we, yeah. Like whatever helps you succeed, honestly, OT, right? Yeah. You bought it, Raven? Nice. Osman, what's your question? So I'm continuing to hold CDLX position at 87 cents entry, but I don't know where to leave. Can you take a look? Yes, of course. CDLX. Yeah, I remember you getting this one. I think we said, hey, put that stop loss below, like, close to 90 cents, right? Is what we said yesterday. And it looks like it never hit, right? So it looks really good still to me, right? In terms of like exits, it has a lot more room to the upside. If you have a big position, maybe start thinking about scaling out when we get close to $1.20, because that's going to be your next area for resistance, like 120, 125. Alrighty. So when we get closer to that area, think about scaling out, right? And then if it does break above that level, you're looking for $1.55. So you do have more room to the upside, and it looks fine, right? Like if we look at the 5 minute chart, it looks nice and healthy. It is kind of stalling a little bit there, though, isn't it? Right, with the golden candle, right? I think that's because people can tell. But again, like for the most part, like it's been trending since yesterday when you mentioned it, so it looks fine to me. So either you move the stop loss up again, or you think about scaling out, and then if it keeps pushing, you can just keep scaling out. Alrighty, NXTT 117. So yeah. Yep. As soon as UGRO broke out of that range, it said nothing's stopping me now. Nothing's stopping me now. $10. $10 make you holla. That is nice. Look at that, guys. Again, the key here for this stock, though, this is why we say, hey, if you're gonna FOMO into a stock, maybe the time you FOMO is when it breaks above like multi-day highs. Like, look at this, right? Multi-day resistance. Once it broke through that 860 and actually held 860, what's gonna stop it at this point? What's gonna stop it? Who's gonna stop it? Israel? Maybe, but that's about it, though. So there goes brand new highs of the day. So UGRO is growing. I grow, you grow, we all grow for UGRO. Yeah, look at that thing push. That is beautiful. Type yes in the chat if you're holding UGRO. Type yes in the chat if you're holding UGRO. NXTT is on fire now, by the way. Look at that thing pop. Sheesh. From 45 cents to $1.30 is impressive. That is impressive. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I like it. I knew someone was going to say something. It had to be Dan, It had to be Dan. Just had to be. Anyways, yeah. Would you like me to give you some ice cream? Would you like me to play a video for you, Blade? Would you like for me to what would you like?
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Do you like anything else? I'm sorry, I don't know why that video came up. Would you like anything else? Do you remember feed pumping? You remember feed? Do you remember this stop pumping? All the way up there? You don't like to push the sub button, do you? We're kidding, by the way, Blade, but you need a little bit of roasting, right? You don't like to sell when the stock is green. You like to hold it. What else do you like to hold? What else do you like to hold? Yeah. Anyways, feed is still holding up really well. So like if you're red in this position, you probably FOMO'd at the top, right? Okay, because there's only been one bottom that it's been holding. You like to hold XRP? That's good at least. I thought it was other things, but that's good. Was that Benjamin your thing fake? No. No, it's not fake. This one, right, Sid? No, it's not fake. How do you spell peanut butter, Blade? Yeah, no, again, feed still looks fine. Like if you're still in this, and if you got in at the right price, it's been holding that 250 really well all morning. Alrighty. No, it's not fake. I think we always just look at that as like, oh, That dude is usually very suspicious. So CDLX is still looking good. 250. Yeah, it's not a bad entry. UGRO is just growing, just growing. What a beautiful stock, guys. Where's Alex? Alex, are you still in this? Oof. Damn. That thing is on fire. $11, guys. Sheesh. Learning, so just trying to figure out everything. Yeah, okay, no, that's fair. Blade, yeah, just keep in mind though, like your goal when you're in the monies is to protect the monies, right? So always try and stay green, regardless of what we say. Like, okay, this is our favorite stock for the day. If that stock isn't performing, you notice how we look at other names, right? So yeah. So always be willing to adapt and move on to something else. If something isn't performing, you don't stay there. Alrighty. To me, like I've said multiple times, feed still looks fine to me because it's still holding the base. You could have scalped feed quite a few times off this bottom, right? It's been holding this level like over and over. So you just have to scalp it. Aiken, did you get back in on your feed position? Yeah. Uh 16, so I'm not upset. I wish I stayed, but yeah, no, that's okay, Alex. You're fine. You made some nice monies. Got stock and small capital, so only a cash account. So you're limited. Okay. Yeah, use it as a learning experience. So here comes $11.20. 11.20. 11.26. Yeah, look at this, guys. Again, if you're sitting there and you're asking yourself like, okay, what's the factor here, right? Well, the factor is that 260, the 260, sorry, 860, right? We kept talking about 860, 860, 860 broke out, and it actually came back for a retest. Once it retested and used that level as your new support, there was nothing stopping it at that point. Nothing, right? Nothing stopping it after that breakout. And now the damn thing is just on fire. Just on fire. The fact that this thing kept coming back though, multiple days in a row, maybe someone was behind this. Like, you know, just crash and come back, crash and back, crash and back. Beast. So congratulations if you're in this. Just make sure you're scaling out and taking some profits, or you're moving your stop losses higher, please. Remind me what the golden pocket means. The golden pocket is a level. Yeah, so the golden pocket is a level where you're like, hey, this might be a good spot to like, to potentially consider a position if it's consolidating in that area, right? So the golden pocket in this case was really nice. Kirsten, they had to kick Kirsten out. Once they did that, they said, okay, yeah, yeah. So the golden pocket is just one of those fib levels that's a really solid support level, right? And if it's consolidating in that range, it's usually a good thing. No, 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 no. Yeah. You love it? Yeah, no, it's done well for you. And it's holding up really well, so there's no reason to not love it. Here it goes again. 1140. 1140. Feed is all the way back up again to 265, right? So I keep saying this. Feed looks fine to me if you keep scalping it, right? But the problem is it keeps going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, right? So Akin, you could have done the same trade again, from the bottom back to 265 again. So if it can break out, that would be amazing. So it looks like a RMSG is holding and trying to curl as well. Holding and trying to curl. And VCX is kind of playing with 500 here now. So you notice how ever since that dude said we're gonna keep buying the dips, the candles have been red. You notice that? That's why we pay attention to that dude, not because he's any good, because he's rubbish. And every time he says something, the opposite usually happens. But Siva VCX can fight him off and actually pump. Mm. Yeah, feed just needs to break out. And like that's what it needs to do. It needs to break out. He thinks he has enough to push, and sometimes yeah, exactly, Winterfell, exactly. Kramer, no, I'm talking about this dude that said yeah, actually he did say they're short RMSG. We're short we're short 28% of the public float. Stop loss $1. The stop loss was $1 for RMSG. Was that before or after the crash? But it never hit the dollar though. So, but I mean, if they posted that 23 minutes ago, it's still in the same stupid range. So yeah, Winterfell. I mean, it like that was 23 minutes ago, and it's kind of still in the same area. So, anyways, no, just make your own decisions, though, guys, based on data information. Like if RMSG is holding off the mid 60s, that's healthy. That's fine, right? So, uh, dip to 100. $100. That would be quite the drop. Sid would be panicking and pissed. No, 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 no. Yeah, 31 was a win. Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. So VCX is still doing a good job holding that demand area. And then UGRO is finally retracing, right? So you can tell like that 1120, 1130 area, a little bit of resistance there. You can honestly go all the way to 1150 if you want to, but in same area, right? I mean, it has to dip at some point because honestly, since we broke out above 1160, 860, it's been pumping all the way. So, right, never really stalled at $10, just exploded. So it has to dip at some point. Yeah, mask is a nice low float that's been holding up. It needs a catalyst. Like it needs, sometimes when these low float stocks go, it's because the company dropped news. So they need something. Don't forget to smash a like, guys, if you haven't already. Please hit that subscribe as well. So smash a like, hit that subscribe. And if you're not a member and you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbots. Come join us. Come join us. RBNE. Any thoughts on RBNE? I'm not sure I understand your question, Mike. I'm because yeah, two different ticker symbols there. Look at feed, right? Feed keeps getting rejected at that 65, so you almost have to just scalp it. You know, up down, up down. Super annoying, right? But that's what feed does. Feed will give you opportunities, and Super annoying. Do, 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 do. 53. Do, 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 do. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah. Yep, yep. There's another really good bottom there. Chris, did you get in? Did you get in at the bottom there? 120, 125-ish? Yep. No, if SpaceX or one of these companies can announce an IPO, then we have a whole bunch of stocks to watch, right? VCX or RBS, Velo, 126, Chris. I like that. Good, better. So, and then you have a little bit of resistance here once you start crossing between 135 and 140. Yeah. So not bad at all. And then UGRO is pushing back up again there. Pushing back up. There it goes. Test of that 1150. 1150. 1150. Here it goes. There it goes. UGRO. UGRO just keeps giving, just keeps giving. UGRO just keeps giving. Hasn't closed above 1150 yet, though, but looks like it wants to. That's funny. 1170. 1180. Do, 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 do. Yep. UGRO should be a Viagra company? Seriously. Seriously. Manifest, what do you in grow at? Feed, what do you in feed at? We talked about feed quite a bit today in terms of like scalps. Oh, is that thing about to pop to $12 now too? Why do you keep asking the same question, Nancy? Right? You asked the same question yesterday. Same question. ORBS is looking way better there. Way better. If Mango and UGRO would be unstoppable. Yeah, so here comes at 240, Chris. At $1.40. That was a really nice bottom, though. Look at that, right? Look at that bottom, guys. A nice triple bottom. Look at that. More than a triple bottom, right? Look at that beauty there. Look at that. That's why Chris got in where he got in at. Just a nice level. Multiple test of that level this morning. And then back to $1.40. Very nice. Very, very nice. 141. Matt, yeah. I mean, it's getting close though. It's getting close. The more it tests that level, I think the more suspicious it's gonna be. But Yeah, so just be careful. Again, your resistance for ORBS is $1.40. Mike, sure, let's take a look. Let's take a look. RBNE. Oof. Oof. Yeah, there was a breakout spot at 185. I'm not gonna see any information on the daily, honestly, so I'm not even gonna bother looking at that. It does look weak though, but I think if you're gonna take a gamble on this, Mike, look for a bit of consolidation off 185. Alrighty, your golden pocket is a little bit lower, obviously, but this was a breakout spot yesterday because I remember us talking about this level, right? Because it broke above that level and then exploded up, right? So watch for a bit of consolidation off 185, but and then go from there. Yeah, yeah, and that too, Sid, right? That too. So potential ceasefire. Not that they're really going through with it because everybody seems to they're saying no more, no more, right? So, but yeah, watch for consolidation here. If it doesn't consolidate, let it keep crashing. Alrighty. NXTT is like right there, wanting to break out again. NXTT 127. VCX again, still holding that 480 really nicely. ORBS needs to break above $1.40. Feed is still pretty annoying, but still in the same range. And yeah, and then UGRO is retesting. Dennis, probably. Again, not to get too much into that, but I don't understand how they can be having talks about a ceasefire and then Israel is still sending bombs to another country. How do you do that? How do you expect them to come there with in good faith and it's just so silly. Israel just seems like they're just like chaos. Every few years they're fighting somebody else. Anyways, there goes NXTT 140. Damn, this is a really good comeback. That is really nice. So that's looking good. ORBS is also looking really good. So they're both, yeah. There's some really nice runs today. Some really, really nice runs. Feed is bouncing back off that same level because that's what it does, right? And then your last high for this thing before we had that big crash is coming up. That's impressive. This is why people learn bad habits. Like if a company does an offering, the stock is going to come back, right? No, right? This doesn't happen very often where stock crashes like that to 45 cents and then comes all the way back down, back up to $1.50. Right? It just doesn't happen. So this is quite impressive. Yeah. To lie when people are blocked from seeing the yeah, like it's just so silly. Yeah. Yep. Craziness. Yeah, I think they've done it so much now that everybody's on the same page. Like something doesn't it doesn't add up. Doesn't add up. Well, if they keep doing stuff like that, Trump is going to be in trouble in the midterms. That's for sure. Because you go back a year or more, only virus was saying stuff like this. Now everybody's saying stuff like this. So they better be careful for what they wish for. Otherwise, yeah. I'm not gonna ask. I'm not saying anything, virus. Yeah, yeah. Yes, it. Yes, yes. Mm, 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 mm. You need a Tesla. You need a self-driving Tesla. That's what you need, Sid. So when you eventually sell, your position for VCX at $1,000, and then you can get a Tesla S Plat. Then let it self drive for you. Then you can be a crackhead on stream. Don't text and drive, please. Yeah, I know. Drive your son to school safely. Yes, or he needs to grow up quickly and drive while you be a crackhead in the back. You know. What do you think of TOP? You're ready for a green trade plate? Yeah, look at that, right? So you notice how there's no consolidation here on RBNE. Like there's nothing to see here on this one, Mike. So maybe now watch the golden pocket, right? So consolidating is really important. It's not about just getting to a level. It's about actually seeing what happens at that level. Yeah. Violence virus. Let me take a look at TOP. For you there. Why do I keep pulling up the wrong TOP? I always forget that there's two. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of holding here though, isn't it? So 75 cents. Um, Blade, if it breaks below 75 cents, you better run away. So watch 75 cents. KV says I'm ready for one too. Yeah, he'll be driving next year. Okay, good. See, there you go. And you can sit in the back and text while he drives. Feed, yeah. Feed is only good for now if you're scalping it, because it definitely gives you the opportunity for scalps by going up and down. It just doesn't break out. So until it does break out. Consolidated low 130s. Okay, let me take a look. BZAI. Mhm. It did hold 130 kind of, didn't it? But really that golden pocket was the level. How do I see this? I don't quite trust it yet, right? What needs to happen is you need to get a double bottom, like it needs to retest this level and curl, or you need to let it break out because you're sitting at resistance. That last little spot there. So you need to let it break out above that 137 area, or it needs to come back down closer to this area. Those are your only two options: breakout or come back down. Before you're interested in that. Alrighty. You just got into Hop C. You're welcome. You're welcome, Nicola. Um, so you just got in at 35 cents. Okay, that's not bad. I don't mind that entry. Right, I don't. Actually, it's another golden pocket area with the demand zone and a 200 EMA. So yeah, I don't mind that. Your support really is 33 cents. Just keep that in mind. Alrighty, your support is really 33 cents, Jack. So maybe if it can stay above that, then you should be okay. Yes, we mentioned that 65 level, and it keeps coming close and bouncing. Right. Are you in a position, Aiken? Hopefully you are already. Right? So this level's been holding up really well, right? Like it keeps coming back to that level and bouncing, coming back and bouncing. It's doing the same thing. So nothing's really changed, taken. So as long as it stays above that level, you should be okay. Right? The problem here is it's also trending down. Like you're getting lower high, lower high. We don't know what's gonna happen with this one at the 50 EMA. So if it can break out, then that's better. You do need a breakout though. Like it needs to change that. Yeah. Alrighty, and it looks like it's kind of getting a lower high again, so it does need to break out. ARM, yeah. Netflix, your position. There you go, Aiken. Look at that. Aiken is slowly cooking. Slowly cooking, slowly. Netflix, you already in this virus? Yeah, Netflix is after they had that announcement, Netflix had a really nice push. But then guess what? Just like every other stock, just like a penny stock, Netflix got rejected at the 200 EMA. Surprise, surprise, right? It also did what every other penny stock did. It T-Rexed. It stalled there for a few days. It just kept sitting and saying, "Hey, I'm warning you now. I'm sitting here for a whole week. You have your time to get out." So now it's sitting at the 50 EMA. So there definitely is an opportunity there at 91, right? So 90 to 91. If it can stay above that 50 EMA and start curling, that would be perfect. So that would be perfect. Why? Because somebody figured out Trump is lying again. Is that why SPY is tanking? Did Trump tell another lie? Because some people look like they're just born to lie. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, guys. Kidding. Yeah. At 100 virus, nice. I'm kidding. Uh, yeah. Oh, that's why. Of course. Of course. Iran's nuclear power plant struck again, right? So in the middle of a we're trying to make a peace deal. They're still sending rockets over there. So how can the markets not crash? Honestly, I think we just need to kind of tired of these guys. Yeah, UGRO is cooking UGRO. Yeah, UGRO has been very nice. There's a nice little curl there from the bottom. So 1270 almost there at the top. Very nice. Yeah. I grow, you grow, we all grow for you grow. No, it's somewhere. Yeah, it's somewhere. Sheesh, what a beauty. Choo, choo, choo. Yeah, no growth of it. Unbelievable. No, this has been really nice. Really, really nice. Very, very, very nice. Beautiful. You sold at 943 Florida. Dang. At least you made money though. At least you made money. Unfortunately, I know, Sid. Just when we're getting some nice price action in the markets, some all of a sudden, more chaos. You notice how is it a theme? Like Trump will only drop good news after the market closes. Israel will only attack when the markets open. Like are these guys? What's going on there? So I think we know who the problem is. Yeah. Yeah, no, we saw that Zuzu. Yeah. So that's why the markets got slapped. Again, momentum stocks don't give a damn. Right? The whole war could go to war and momentum stocks, UGRO is like, wait, what's happening? What happened? I don't see it. Where? Oh, that happened? Oh, sorry guys. Sorry, sorry. Okay, let's move on. Let's go, KV. Good job. Good job. Right? Good job. Yep, I think so too. I think we're ready to, Elon needs to hurry up with this whole space thing because if it's only up to Israel, Israel would attack everybody. You know, Israel will cook everybody. Yeah, I know exactly for all that, Florida. You did good. Sounds like you're saying we're the bad guys. I mean, if you're gonna talk peace and then I mean, like, yeah, if the US is claiming giving a speech and claiming victory, we have won, we've accomplished the mission, right? That means they've done what they needed to do, right? And then the other country is still sending rockets, then then they're the problem, you know. So, anyways, there's nothing we can do though. Hopefully they come to an agreement at some point. Yeah. Let's see. Good job again. KB, good job. Alrighty. VCX is getting slapped now too. You guys notice how ever since that dude said we're gonna be buying all the dips, you notice what's been happening? You notice that? This is the only reason why we pay attention to this dude, because usually when he says something, when he says something, we wanna, we almost expect the opposite to happen. Right? So when he says they're going long, it's almost like they're going short instead. So yeah. Yeah. What's Oxy doing? Let me take a look. Dang, Oxy's been a beast, hasn't it, Virus? Is that the that's the daily chart. Oxy's like just been cooking. Maybe Virus needs to look for some Oxy puts. Yeah, it looks like, look at that, right? Akin. So it's been a while, yeah. Look at that. So they keep rejecting this thing, Akin, at the lower highs. We talked about those circles, right? So circle number one, rejection. Circle number two, rejection. Circle number three, rejection. So until that thing breaks the downtrend, it's gonna keep giving us those lower highs there. It's holding the view up at 125 NXTT. And you know what doesn't stop, guys? UGRO. UGRO is a monster in damn. Look at this, guys. Wow. What a beast. That 860 level was really like the obstacle. Once it broke through that, damn. What a nice stock. Yeah, no, congratulations if you're still in this one. Alrighty. Na, 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 na. Sheesh. Yeah. There you go. Beautiful. Goodness. At this point, Willie, why not? At least go to $20. The good thing here for Aiken though is that it keeps bouncing up the 200 EMA, so that that level there. So you're back to 68 almost. So they keep going up and down for now. There goes 68. So yeah. Lamb, what's your position? If you're not sure when to get out, scale out. Usually when people ask that question, it's usually because they've made some nice monies. So the market's basically crashed and then bounced again. So yeah, this is impressive, UGRO. Very nice. Yeah, $14 again. It is in your brain always. Yeah. Yes. Yes. That magic. You know what's crazy? The magic 420 level, 1420. That's where it's at now. Yep, exactly, exactly. If you're not sure what to do with this, scale out. Sell some, put a stop loss on the rest. Yeah. Usually the only time people ask me when to sell is when they're very happy with the gains. So yeah. So yeah, 14, 14, 20. Yeah. When you see profitability, you increase your size. What do you mean, Ali? What do you mean? Yeah, so they're rejecting it off that level. So again, scale out, sell some, move your stop loss up on the rest. So 14, 14, 14, 20 makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Also, the 14 level Winterfell mentioned. So then your retest level is going to be that 13 area for the breakout. But quite impressive. Quite impressive. Good job, John. It was a good scalp. You're in. You got in at $9, Lamb. Yeah. See, like you can yeah you can move your stop loss to wherever you want, and then you can take some of the profits as well, right? So you should be good. Yeah. Matt, you're still waiting for that dip. Yeah, it's slowly getting there. Like it's right there right now. It looks like. Yeah. Mm, mm, mm. Hooked. Yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah. Let's see what happens above this $13 level here, though. This has been a very good run. NXTT, we mentioned that there was resistance. It failed and came back down. Chris, hopefully you took your profits already on this one. Feed is a stupid stock. That keeps going back and forth. So good for scalps. And then yeah. And then Orbs also sold up, but it looks like it's trying to curl a bit now. RMSG, yeah. So you're kind of sitting below that 200. Yeah. VCX is also dipping below the 200 EMA. So that dude, all the dips, what happened to this dip? Yeah. So people like that, we don't like. So let's see if VCX can consolidate again though. So stay above $400. If not, more violence. Hey, I said this morning, Sid, like I didn't like what it was doing. I told you I didn't like it. You know, I told you. It's not like it's not like I like the stock. Ahead of uh, was your only trade? Good job, R. Well done. Good job. Good job. Did you pick up below virus? What is it doing? Did you pick it up, virus? So it was below 10. Now it's at 10:30. Right. So nice little bouncy, bouncy, just a little bit. Fire all your employees and go to war with another company. Yeah. It would be good for Velo to kind of stay above $10. Yeah, would be good. Good job. Good job. Good job. NXT is halted down, by the way, 99 cents. 99 cents. Ooh, Go keeps spamming this one. Go is looking okay, right? Yeah, looking okay. It's slowly breaking through the high of the day, so that's a good start. The volume really is at like 330 though, but mm, yeah, looks you can tell how they're kind of trying to hold above that $13 here for UGRO. They're trying to. Yeah, so $13 basically a retest, right? So a breakout retest and then back into 1360 here. Surprise, surprise. Nope. Oh my days, guys. Damn, what a dip. Damn. Oof. What a dip. That was a nice dip. Anybody buy that dip off 13 there? Right. So again, 13 was your breakout, your little mini double top, because you can kind of see the way the candles behave in that range, right? So like a mini breakout and then a retest. And then back to that 14-ish, 1420 resistance. Right? Eyes and oof, damn, it's gone again. Oh my days, guys. Sheesh. Oh my days. Damn. 1475. Oh my days. That was such a good dip. That was such a good dip. Dip, a little bit of consolidation, a bit of a curl, and then people get excited again. Funny enough, the candle hasn't really closed above 1420, so we'll see if it does. Let's go, Mario. Give me a high five. Let's go. Good trade. Very good trade. Right. So it's not FOMO at the highs. It's a bit of a retest of a level that's maybe worth the gamble, and then boom skis. That was very good. Yeah, Amy, love it. 1460. I grow, you grow, we all grow for you grow. 1470. Impressive. Very impressive. Impressive. Choo, 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 choo. Let's see. Doo, doo, doo. There we go. Yeah, it's having a bit of a testy battle there. Test, test, test. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding UGRO. Never say that again. I grow, you grow. No, the saying is I scream, you scream, we all scream for you grow. We're not screaming for ice cream, we're screaming for you grow. Look at that beauty. That thing is just going. Again, type yes in the chat if you're still in you grow. That thing is you growing. You growing. Sheesh. Again, all of this started with that 860 breakout, right? So you guys see why breakouts are so important. You see why, right? If a stock is stuck at a level for 3 days and it breaks out of that range, people are going to be excited, right? It doesn't get any better the more you change it. I scream, you scream, we all scream for you grow. Come on now. 120%. Beast. Here it goes. When Lambo is the question for this damn thing. Yeah, just keep moving those stop losses up higher, guys, and keep scaling out if you have a bigger position. But like I said earlier, I'd like the higher lows on this thing, right? I just like the way that it's been trending up after the breakout, right? The golden pocket break was also really good, so that's nice to see. It's very nice to see. The all time high, the 52-week range is 1976. So if I zoom out really quickly, right, and we look at like the so you can see we're testing a pretty thick supply zone, right? So you can see though, like if you look left, right, on this thing, you're gonna have two levels that really stand out, right? This level here at $16 is level number one ish, like 16 to 1650, and then this level up here, right, like closer to 19. It's gonna be a range, right? So you can kind of pick and choose, right? You notice that? So 16 and then $19 basically, right? Is this stopping though? That thing says you can stop these, right? So 16 to 1650 ish here is kind of your next obstacle, right? And then break that, and then it's 19. Sheesh! What a beast, guys! This is nuts. Woof! My goodness. Quit your jobs for UGRO, please. The fact that they're not halting it too is very telling, right? They've been wanting to pump this stock. So this is impressive. Damn. Let's go, routine. Yeah, so 16 to 1650. I think it might actually be I'm gonna move it up. Just see where we fail at already. But for now, it looks very impressive. Good job, Winterfell. Good scalp. Small on the FOMO? Yeah. Good job. Yep. That's the hold level. Okay. Send it, send it. Might as well. Might as well. Dang, VCX is getting killed, guys. You know that you see this? Do you see this, guys? When this dude tweets that they're going long, they're gonna buy every dip. Don't like this. This is that's a bad sign, right? When this dude tweets, it's a bad sign. It's not a good sign at all. These people are scammers. Scammers. So there goes 1660 for UGRO. I scream, you scream, we all scream for UGRO. All together now. Beautiful. Yeah, they don't want it to hotly. They're like, no, don't halt it. But again, yeah, I think that's 1650 though, right? That level right there. Yeah. So a little bit of a retracement there. Very, very nice run. Good job, Vena. Vena, good job. 1650, beautiful. Beautiful. My shares from $3. That was Alex. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This has been a beast. A beast, Alex. We are buying all the dips. Did they run out of money? I think they ran out of money, guys. They went Jaden broke. Criminals. So again, when we look at the daily chart, right, which is where these levels are coming from, not that they, like when you look at the daily, right, you look to the left-hand side, you can see this little resistance right here in that area, right? So that's why we're kind of looking at 1650 for resistance. And then if it can hold that level, then you're looking for 19. But for now, it's failing at 1650. Alrighty, so You also notice how like this stock is broken out every time and then retested the breakout spot. That's exactly what's happening now, right? So breakout, retest, see if it can hold 14, 14, 20. If it can, good, right? Yep, exactly, Raven. Exactly. Exactly. That's what they do. Is what they do. They're not just gonna post that publicly and what the hell is that, Jay? uh, oh, that's funny. Nice, Kala. Very nice. That's a nice, yeah, spy calls. Nice. Good job. Very, very nice. And good exit too. Good job. Yeah, he definitely has the sandals on. Ah, I know, KV. I know. I know. The good thing is you didn't give up and you came back in, right? And you made some money. That's what trading is. That's just trading. Sometimes you have to. Yeah, you just have to keep fighting. So yeah, again, this to me is a retest, right? So again, you have that initial resistance right there. You have the breakout and close, and then you have the retest, and it is trying to hold that level, trying to, right? So this chart has respected the levels really well, really, really well, like really, really well, which is good to see. At some point, it's not, but for now, it is. War, yeah, yes, yes. Fee just keeps doing the same thing, same damn thing over and over. NXTT, actually, it dropped all the way to 77 cents, and now it's coming back again like a crackhead, right off the golden pocket. It did. To be fair, though, to be fair, like that thing consolidated a little bit of the golden pocket, right? Like it did retest it, and we've said, even if you're retesting a golden pocket, it doesn't mean anything until it's consolidating, right? So it did retest that level a little bit. Uh, Alrighty, so it did test it. It consolidated a little bit and then popped. But UGRO guys, look at this beauty. Look at that retest. Did you do it again, Mario? Did you buy the dip again? Anybody buy that dip close to $14 for a quick scalp? Quick scalpies and run. AO Robs. AO AO. Yeah. No, I really like the way that it's retesting those levels and bouncing. I think that's very nice. Right? That was perfect. Yeah. Let's go, Rob. Let's go. Let's go. Love it. So there goes 1550, 1560. 1469. Let's go. Not bad, Mario. I knew you were gonna do that. So green again in that position. You're basically just playing the retest, right? Look at this. Look at this gem. What a day it's had. What a day. Look at that. What a day. Especially this breakout right here. It's been cooking ever since. Cooking. Okay, you know what would be fun to go back and break above $16, 16.50. That would be nice. That would be nice. Sketchy. I say it's resistance, right, from the past, Kristen, right? It's resistance from the past. So basically, what Mario is doing is catching the retest and then taking the gains and running, right? So, um, yeah. Uh, 780, sure. Like where your stop loss hit, like this area, yeah, right here. that was a nice spot. Ron, three scalps. Let's go. Well done. With yeah, yeah. So there's a 780 demand area. What's your question though, Kristen? Yeah. The problem is you didn't know where to set that stop loss, Kristen. Your stop loss, like if you're gonna buy, like if you bought that thing at 780 ish, Kirsten, and the low is 760, a 20-cent stop loss on a stock like this when it's still in the same range, your stop loss was not in the right place, right? And Kristen, we talked about stop losses in one of those classes, and that's what we said not to set it. So you know, your stop loss was not in the right place. Promise. Already. So it's annoying that they hit it, but it was also not in the yeah. I can see what you're trying to do with the entry, and that was really good, but the stop loss was just not in the right place. Yeah, it was too tight. Too tight. So here comes another retest of that 14 area again. So we got a bit of a lower high on that last push. Do, 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 do. Yep. So that lower high would let's see what happens here at $14. If it breaks below 14, then we might go back down and retest that 13, the 50 there. So this level is going to be an interesting test area. Yep. Yep. Yeah, the fact that it didn't go back and break the previous highs and it created a lower high is always a red flag. So the question is, does it double bottom or does it break below? So yeah, 14. Hold the line, UGRO. Hold the line. Hold the 14. Yep, exactly. So for now, this is just another retest until it breaks. If it breaks below, then okay, issues. Here we go. So let's see where this candle closes at, because that's going to be important. They said, Again, where that candle closes is going to be important, and that candle has another. Okay, they closed it like right there too. So they have the room to slap it a little bit. They have the room to slap it. Yep. There it goes. More dipskis. More dipskis. Yeah, so the fact that we didn't go back up and make brand new highs meant that you created a lower high, right? Right below the supply zone, so you want to be careful. So you just lost $1 on UGRO. See you later. Sounds good. See you later, Kristen. Right. I think maybe what you try to do is you try to catch again, guys. We keep talking about like like if you take that position initially at 14, 20, yeah, like you're always better off like when you're looking for a specific level, you're always better off letting it sit there for a little bit, right? And if you don't, you just have to be willing to take a loss, and that's okay too, right? So and there's the damn thing pumping back up, right? As soon as Kirsten sells, they said, "Oh yeah, she's out of here." It's almost like this stock doesn't like Kirsten, you know? They don't like Kirsten. They're like, okay, get her out. Get her out of here. Yep. Get her out of here. You know what still looks good though, guys? Feed. Feed is like anybody still holding feed is like the most annoying stock on earth. But it gives you the perfect level, like easy money. It just gives you easy money every time, right? It dips to this level, you buy, it goes back up. It dips, it buy, up, down, like over and over again. So it needs to break out at some point if it wants to go. But UGRO is like, hey guys, I'm back to almost $15. Yeah, scalping it, Amy. Good job. High five. Yeah, like, feed is annoying, but it's also easy money. Easy money. There goes UGRO back to $15 again. So 15.30. This stock really just doesn't like Kirsten. As soon as she sold, the stock said, yup, get that lady out of here, please. Get her out of here. She's mean to me. Yeah. It was only for the one share, not protect. How do you set a stop loss for one share, or not the 10,000 shares? How? Anyways, hopefully it goes back up there though. But you're making some mistakes though, right? Like, how do you put a stop loss and not verify that you had the stop loss for 10,000 and not one share? How do you set a stop loss for one share instead of 10 though? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I think you're still green in that position, so yeah, no, that's what I mean, right? Like you're still green in that position, so hopefully it goes back up. But you could have sold that position and then just kept buying and selling and buying and selling, right? You Raven. Yeah. Again, technically that candle closed above. Like if that line is at 14, technically that stock still held $14. It dipped below but closed above. So they just wanted Kirsten out of there. Yeah. And looks like we're getting rejected again. Kind of around the same spot for UGRO. So it definitely is finding some resistance. NXTT still looks okay after hitting the golden pocket at the bottom there. So watch the VWAP at $1.20, $1.20, $1.25. NXTT, nice comeback, a really nice curl. And feed gets rejected again because it's a surprise, right? Not really. No, it's only gonna do this a million times, like go up and down before it decides on what to do. Just a million. That's it. VCX is curling a little bit too. Iranian, they will go back to what was that again? So Pakistani source, the Iranians told us they will get back to the U.S. tonight. The media is reporting they said no, but they have not. But we have not received an official confirmation. Someone signed up for the soda level today. We picked on them already, Sid. That was Sean. Yeah. We don't do that. We don't do that to you in Hundreds Futures. No, Sid deserves to be roasted. Roasted. Yeah. What's the name of the song I'm playing? The song is called Mom's Basement. Um, it's called Mom's Basement by Harris Hella. AOU Josh. Um, I'll take a look in a second. SER. Are you in a position? You're looking for an entry, you said? Okay. By Harris Hella. And then the yeah, Harris Hella. So Harris as in HARRIS, and then Hella HELLER. Okay. Looks like we're just kind of consolidating a little bit here as we go into lunchtime. You're welcome, Lamp. Again, don't forget to smash a like, guys, if you haven't already. Please and thank you. Hit that subscribe if you're new to the channel. And if you're not a member yet, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for, guys? Come join us in Discord. Ready? So again, if you're not a member yet, come join us in Discord. Cool? Cool. I don't think I'm quite set up for a giveaway. Not quite set up for a giveaway, but let's have a little break, as we go into lunchtime and it's a little bit slower. Let's talk about the let's talk about prop shop for a second, and then we can move on. Any Brad, anybody else that got into prop shop? How have you guys been liking it? How have you been liking prop shop? Let us know. Time for some more yard work. Dan, again, what's your wife doing to you? Every day now? Those old movies where the guy is chained in the and he's forced to la 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 la. My wife's the drum beater. Yep, 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 yep. She is. That's okay, though, Dan. You're gonna be happy when it looks nice. You know. So listen to your wife before she comes after me. Anyways, yeah. So we'll maybe set up a giveaway for later today. Does anybody have any questions about prop shop? Let me know. Any questions? I know, William. Like every day now. To be fair, though, it is lunchtime. So, one of the cool things about prop shop, especially for people that have accounts below 25K, hopefully they can change the PDT rule at some point. But for now, one of the cool features, to trading stocks on a prop firm, right, is the fact that like you don't have to deal with the PDT, right? That there's no PDT involved, right? So you're playing with someone else's money, which is cool, right? There's no PDT involved, right? And when you make money, you get an 80-20 split. So you're keeping 80% of the monies, right? I think that's pretty cool, right? So not to talk about the signing bonus. Yeah. You grow to the sky. If you get an account, I'm sure it could pump to the sky, right? So yeah, I like it. Rob, have you done any swings yet on prop shop? Any swing trades yet, Rob? I know you were scalping, but have you done any swing trades? Uh, yeah, I think that's why. I think the main concern is everybody's pushing to have more of a website than a separate platform, a separate app, a separate system to download to use as the yeah. Yep. Blade? No, they're not free. They're cheap though. They are cheap, cheap, cheap. Anyway, so yeah, if you do want to sign up for the prop firm, you can use the same code for 60% off. Alrighty. So that code again is HTX. So you can use that code and get some a nice discount. Alrighty. You get kicked out, yeah. So I think it tells you too. So for example, let me click on start eval. Sid. So let's say I'm interested and I click on start eval, right? It's gonna ask you for what you're looking for. So for example, right, if I pay the however much I pay, right, and then let's say I'm looking for the 25K account, right, and I pay for that account and I mess up and I lose. So the drawdown is $1,200. If I lose more than $1,200, they're gonna say, you know what, you're not good enough. Give our money back, right? They're gonna close the account. But if you want to reset the account, then that's the reset fee. Right, so you can reset it for $100 plus the HTX code, right? So then you get your 60% off, right? So that would be pretty cool, right? So yeah, a day or a week? No, like that's the entirety of the account, right? The entirety of the account. Yeah, so it's not a day a week. So like however slow you can take a year if you want to, but if you lose more than that, then they're like excuse me, yeah, yeah. I think it's cool. Yeah, I think it's cool. And then look at that, right? Like, you know what's even cooler is the signing bonus, right? When you eventually pass the account, right, and you hit the benchmarks, right? That's the signing bonus. You get a nice signing bonus for doing a good job. I don't think this is gonna last very long. The signing bonus, I think it's more of an incentive for now. So again, if you are interested in signing up or stuff like that, make sure you use the code HTX. Alrighty. So here's the link. Here's the link at the bottom of the chat if you want to do a bit more research. So make sure you do research, right? Like I said, I think the only downside to this is the fact that you have to use that software. So I'd like for them to get to a point where they have a separate website and it's connected to TradingView, so you can just trade off TradingView. But yeah, for now, yeah. So you can go on the website, use that code HTX, um, and then go from there. Cool, cool. That's a really nice bounce here. Aiken, are you still in your position for RMSG? Uh, you have to pay before. Yeah, you have to pay before you get the account. Yeah. Like just like it's like a 1099 Sid. It's like a 1099. Yeah. So again, make sure you do your research, right? If again that's stuff for we're gonna give away an account. I don't know if we want to do a giveaway today. I don't think I'm set up. Alrighty, so we'll give away an account. 66. Okay, volume was low. Yeah, it was slow, and then it came back down to 62, and then consolidated, and then popped. Yeah, it was slow. Yeah. So again, that's the link at the bottom of the chat if you want to do some more research. Alrighty, that link from the Hot Trades account, and then go from there. Cool. And then 70 cents is still resistance on this thing here, so it just seems to be ranging for now. At the very least, yeah, actually, it's still stalling here. Feed is still doing the same thing it's been doing. A UGRO, just kind of chilling at $14, right? Again, 14-ish was that last breakout, so it's not a surprise that they're kind of using this level as like some support. They do. So I think it's good to watch those videos first, Sunny. So if you go to their website again, click this link, Sunny. They're gonna have some educational stuff. Rob can kind of tell you in the chat too if there's a different link to the educational stuff. Rob can maybe post some links to some educational stuff. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. So that thing, 120, no. Yep, exactly, Aztec. There's nothing wrong with being green. Okay. Do you have to be a member to join the? No, you don't have to, Marie. You don't have to be a member to sign up for the prop shop. You do not have to be a member. HTX, yeah, the code is HTX. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, you get a 60% off discount. Dan, not funny. Uh, yeah. Um, yeah, no, feed is just playing in that same range. You send me a DM. A DM. Not funny, Dan. Unbelievable. Sean. Oh yeah, there we go. I think yeah, your application is good now, Sean. So just follow the steps and connect in the getting started channel, please. Yeah, tomorrow. So make a post tomorrow, Rob. Make a post tomorrow, and then we'll just retweet that post, Rob, tomorrow. So sometime around this time, make a post, and then we'll just do the same thing. But yeah, a new post though. Okay. Okay, so a month of the algo. Okay, let's do it. So we're gonna do a giveaway. Rob is gonna give away a month of the algo. So the you guys know what the algo is, right? Is there anybody in the chat that doesn't have the algo? Type yes in the chat if you don't have the algo. For six pack of beer. Stephanie, there's nothing wrong with that. No, there's nothing wrong with that. Wow, there are quite a few of you guys that don't have the algo. Quite a few. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Interesting. Okay. Let's put some names on a wheel then. Let's put some names on a wheel. Let's put some names on a wheel. These were the names from the Twitter thing. I'm gonna take these off for now. We need to do a bribe giveaway. You know? Yeah. But sizing as opposed to our account size. There should be OT, I think. I know there's like scaling in. There's a scaling video. I'm not sure if there's a sizing video. I think that's what Sid was asking for too. Um, yeah. Let me put some names on a wheel for a giveaway. So Kel, this is gonna be a members only giveaway, by the way, just in case you guys didn't know. Daniel, SB. PK. Nicola. Bill. Oh, we'll do the prop shop giveaway tomorrow. We'll give an account tomorrow. The shortcakes. You saying you don't have it? Are you lying to me? UCS. Shortcakes. Mike, let's add Mike on the wheel. This is for a month of the algo. A month of the algo for people that don't have it. Dang. Yeah. CL. Greg, what have you been doing this whole time? You've been enjoying the Miami sun, haven't you? Just wait till I get to Florida. I'm gonna bully you. Just wait. Okay. So these are for members that don't have the algo. Just a month of the, yeah. Phil, I don't think I'm missing anybody. The rest of you are cheating. Like Greg. Greg is trying to cheat. Greg has the algo. Greg has it. He's lying to you. Aiken, you're supposed to get it. You should get it. So send Robert. You should have it already, and you should. Yeah, your membership comes with the. Yeah, so send Robert DM, and he will give you. Yeah, so don't worry about it. You're already gonna get a trial at least. So we're gonna put you on the wheel, I guess. Aiken, put you on the wheel. You're already on the wheel. Yeah, you're already on the wheel. Yeah. Okay, you have it already. Okay, I'll take you off the. If you win, I'll take you off. While we're doing this, the stocks are just kind of sleeping, guys. It's lunchtime, so it's usually slow, anyways. I know, right, Vena? Yeah, it's lunchtime, so we're not missing anything. M, I'll add you on the wheel. Okay, I think that's it, right? M4G. Okay, there's another M. M4G. Okay, so you have to be a member and not have the algo, and then yeah. So I think we have everybody. Are we ready? Are we ready, Rob? Ready? Unbelievable. Hubsy is slowly coming back again. I think we have everybody. Yeah. Do you not have the algo, Vena? Do you not have it? Let me know. Brian, you don't have the algo? Okay. Made shortcakes. Unbelievable. See, I knew it. Okay, let's spin the wheel. You guys are yeah. Rob, what did you think we were doing? Unbelievable. Oh, is it gonna be Brian or is it gonna be M4? Congratulations, M4. Yeah, so congratulations. This is this person, M4G. You were close, M. So send Rob a DM in Discord already. Send Rob a DM in Discord. Cool. So that was fantastic. Yeah, send Rob a DM in Discord. That was for a month of the algo. So you can use the algo with your free version of TradingView, or if you have a paid version, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Lunchtime. Okay. SCR is still go, still trying there, still trying. Jeez, this lunchtime is brutal on some of these stocks. Look at that. UGRO got slapped below 14, but ended up back above $14. Like that's such a scam candle there. But the fact that it ended up closing back above that level though is nice. Yes, yes. But congrats, yep. Yeah, that was quite the scam candle. Stuff like that is annoying, but it happens. It happens. So that is okay. Feed is definitely annoying, Robinhood. Very annoying. Okay. Very, very annoying. Feed us, feed us. Yeah, just be careful with UGRO now. The fact that we keep testing this $14 is a red flag. So just be careful. Again, it's lunchtime. It's something called the lunchtime sell-off. So people walk away. The markets just continue to sell off. So be careful. Be careful. Uh, Interesting. Mike says, with Pro Shop, is it a must to trade daily? No, you don't have to trade daily. No, no, you don't have to trade daily. What if the weekly target is done in one day? Uh, okay, your question is interesting. So, the idea is that you should take it slow and steady. So even if you hit the weekly target in one day, it doesn't count, right? They want to make sure that you take your time and slower than, because some people want to go all in at the same time, and that's not what they're looking for, right? So that's why they tell you that to hit a benchmark, for example, you need 5 days. Yeah, so you need five, profitable trading days, benchmark per benchmark, right? 5 days. I don't know if you need like five benchmarks, something like that. So, right. So, let's see if that number changes. Yeah. So, yeah, they don't want you going all in and then doing crazy things. Look at this. RMSG just had to be annoying. Akin, you see this? It just had to be annoying, 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 and then back into the 70s. Craziness, isn't it? Yeah, I want you to trade responsibly so you can win. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You like to think so, virus. Yep. Yeah. So if you hit that goal in one day, you don't, like, you can see here they literally want you to, like, between these three numbers. Yeah, like they want you to go as slow as possible, as slow as possible, right? And yeah. So if you get there in one day, it doesn't count. Hey, yo, Lawson, good. How are you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, click when you're ready. Click that link in yeah, click the link in the description. I think this is the same link. Yeah, that's the same link. Click the link. Make sure you put in that code, and then you get a discount. Alrighty. And then if you have any questions, just send Rob a DM, Mike, in Discord. If you have any questions, send Mike send Rob a DM in Discord, and about the platform and whatnot. He'll give you some tips. PK says, yeah, it is, Ali. It is, right? A little bit of consolidation and then back to 73. So now it's testing that same resistance on the left. So yeah, 73, 74, where the VWAP is at. Um, I think I'm bad in scalping and day trades. Could you please tell me if I could switch to swing trades, please? And think, yeah, try it, PK. Why not? Right? If you're not having yeah, try the swing plays instead. Also, don't swing garbage, right? Don't go swinging these momentum stocks thinking, okay, it's different. No, you're still gonna end up in the same place. So you have to know what you're swinging. Alrighty, there's a swing video in Discord. Watch the class. Stuck with babysitting, trying to recoup your losses. Yeah, no, UGRO was good today. Really, really good. Ali, are you in this position, or you're just kind of watching it? Workbee Trading View, is it it's a separate platform, Daryl? It's a separate for you, Daryl. I think you're fine. Maybe this is something that, like, extra play monies. You're looking for that signing bonus, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, they're working on that. They're working on the compatible Trading View version and also like a website. So for now, it's like a platform like you have to download. Okay. And then add it into 16, and then right as I it tanked, Lawson, why were you adding it on the way up? Also, why weren't you here, Lawson? While we were talking about, hey, resistance, 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 you were busy adding it. Lawson, why? Why? So here we were saying, hey, look at this daily chart. This 16 to 1650 is a big problem. That's what you were adding to the position. Lawson, how many times did I say your name? How many? Why? Right? So go look at the daily chart and see where you were adding to that position. Unbelievable. You're adding to a position, you also means you don't go red in that position, right? So you want to be scaling out on a stock that's pumping like that. Why are you adding at $16 instead of scaling out? Don't make me find you. Yeah, exactly, SB, exactly. I agree. Exactly. So I don't know when the website is coming up. I don't know. They said the end of this month, right? So hopefully that's the case. I don't know if that's true. So I don't know. Alrighty. Yeah, SB, I agree with you. I personally don't like the platform, but I think you can use it though. So yeah. The only reason I don't like, if you have a non-Mac computer, that's fine. I have a Mac, so the reason I don't like it is because I can't get it unless I use parallel, which I don't want to do. So yeah. So it's not that the platform isn't good. It's just I really don't need more chaos. How can I find good stocks to swing trades? You can look at the small cap, mid cap swing channel PK. I didn't post this weekend, but usually I'm posting in there. We talked about Velo, right? So you can look at stuff like that. There's always a swing play around the corner as well to speak about them. Yeah, exactly, Virus. So there goes a SCR, guys. Slowly curling here. Slowly curling. Ooh, that's a nice little push. It's a nice little push. Oh, that was funny. TJ Smith, yeah, we do. So if you want to join us in Discord, you have to be a member on YouTube first. So click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot. Make sure you don't sign up for a level that says sold out. Alrighty, so if you want to join us in Discord, click this link. You're not gonna regret it. Sign up for a month. If you don't like it, cancel it. Right? Simple. So it's cheaper than your McDonald's for a month or your coffee for a month, but you're investing in your education. So click the link at the bottom there. Sign up for one of those levels, Legend, Legend Pro, and then already, and then you get the link to Discord. So it's just a reminder to you that we're gonna close out the Gold VIP level on Friday. So if that's something you're interested in, make sure you upgrade or sign up before then or on Friday, because that level is gonna be bye bye, and then we're just gonna do some other things. Alrighty, cool, cool. Click my link, please. I get commission. Yes, click my link. Yeah, Go's been spamming this one in Discord, and it's been slowly coming up. So your main resistance on this thing we mentioned earlier is at 330. So yeah, it's been doing okay. Just super slow though, but at least it's slowly, slowly coming up. Slowly, slowly coming up. Yeah, no more goats. Okay. In the chat, you mean, Rob? I missed that. Mm, I know a guy that can help you out. Raven. Yes. Once you're done with your house, you can build me a computer. Yeah. I just say people. People is not one person, Rob, and it's not you. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Next week. Sounds good, Mike. Sounds good. Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, SCR is super slow, but you can tell like it's slowly, slowly, slowly pushing up there. Deal. Yes, love it. Let's go. We have a new member, guys. Invites. Let me get you a link here to join us in Discord, John. Welcome, welcome, John. Welcome. At least you didn't sign up for the level that meant you were gonna get roasted. So welcome again. This is your Discord invite. Again, if you're not a member, don't click on the link because it's not gonna work for you. So John, click that link and then follow the steps in the Getting Started channel. Alrighty. Yes, you're not people. People. I was like, wait, who? Why? Who said that? I thought it was like on the in the stream, Rob. Yeah. So again, John, click that yellow link from the Hot Trades account, and then follow the instructions in the Getting Started channel. And again, welcome to the community. VCX. Yeah, I can see what you're looking for there. There's a double bottom. Yeah, 360, 350. Yeah, definitely. Your golden pocket is a little bit lower. a little bit lower, just a little bit lower, right? So closer to 330. So yeah, but if you are consolidating in that 360 area, yeah, sure. Just don't over leverage yourself on this though, please. Right? Like I said, we've said this multiple times. This stock is not worth $500. It's not worth whatever, but it's running based on the hype. So maybe this is the time where they dip it down so they can, sell it off and then run it again closer to an IPO. But yeah. La, 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 la. No, so the only option is the one they have now, like it's called the tick place, right? So what we're saying is it would be good for them to finish off the platform that's compatible with TradingView or simply just the website. So then it's easier to use that way, right? Is what I mean. Because if you have a Mac, then you have to download another software along with their software to kind of, is what I'm saying. Feed is literally still just sitting there. That's so crazy. UGRO is testing that 13 now too. Kind of holding. Again, it's lunchtime, so we're kind of used to this price action during lunch. During lunch. And then GV has been doing okay. Rob's been spamming this one in Discord too, so spam, spam, spam. A few cents. Robinhood, yeah, seriously. Yeah, if you have any issues, Red, send Rob a DM in Discord. He's gonna help you out. Alrighty, he'll send you some helpful stuff. Yeah, those are some pretty suspicious candles. It looks like it's holding. Yeah, so pray, read, restore. Yeah, it looks like it's bouncing for now. So that area is holding up though for VCX, holding up for now. Okay. Uh, and they beat earnings with a big amount. La, 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 la. Isn't TIGR that company that reached out as a potential sponsor? Yeah. Nice little VCX bounce here. UGRO is also curling up that $13, which is good, right? So we broke below the 14, but the 13 is holding for now. And then obviously it's um, back above 14 as well. So that is good to see. Funny. Babies. Who are you babysitting? Tell them it's time to yeah. A virus, probably. You know how like people will like how you get these scam things, I got a scam text and it said March 25th, quarterly tax refund. Click on this link. And then for a second I got excited. Tax refund. I'm like, oh yeah, let's go. Ah, but it's a scam. And also, I know for a fact. Click it. I know for a fact I'm not getting a refund. So, and also they would never send you a text. Also, my taxes are not done. Yeah. So, anyways, like, oh, it must be nice. Must be nice. It must be nice. GV is GV with some violent candles there. Don't be like most of my customers. No, Raven. No, no. I would never click a link in my DM for uh, ever, ever, ever. It's a little bit of resistance at 35 there for this one. Yeah, John, I think so. John, I think yeah. Again, welcome, John, to the community. Alrighty, this is your invite at the bottom of the chat. So click that Discord link at the bottom of the chat there, and follow the instructions in the Getting Started channel, please. Alrighty. So that link is going to take you to Discord. Just follow the steps in the Getting Started channel. Watch the onboarding video too, please. Alrighty. If I ever click a, I only, yep, yeah. SB, yeah. From really from the same scam. Wow, 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 wow. I clicked on a link. My money's is gone. My computer isn't working anymore. Yep. No. UGRO, based on performance, UGRO has been the number one stock today user. All right. Based on price action, this one has been the beast today. The beast, 65 or older. Yeah. You're in already, John? Okay. Wow, that was quick. Yeah, some people have no issue connecting. You are in already, John. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, so watch the onboarding video at some point. It's gonna explain all the channels to you and like what they do, blah blah blah. Already. If you have any questions, ask in Stock General. That's where we're gonna hang out for the most part. And then go from there. Is Velo actually halted up? If Velo is halted up, I'm gonna fight Virus. It's not halted up, but it is at $11 now. Virus, where's Virus? Did you buy Velo from $10? You guys notice how now I'm giving Virus financial advice, because there's Alexis involved. Virus, $10. Virus, $11 now. Unbelievable. Can't wait to make. Let's go, John. Welcome, 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 welcome. You guys notice that? You just notice? Uh, yeah, no, that was good. It was a nice bounce. Ah, ah. Well, somebody has to hold that bag, but it wasn't going to be you because it already crashed. Ooh, that is a nice pop on GV. No, 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 no. Okay, there we go. Yeah. There goes 41 cents. That is a nice pop. You got in at $10, John. Look at this. You actually paid the membership before you joined, huh? Come on now, give me a high five. So when PK was asking what's a good swing play, PK, did you buy Velo? Did you buy? Did you buy? Uh, what's your position for fly? I'll take a look. What's your position though? What's your position on fly? Yeah, we gave you a swing play. We now it's above $11, Velo. That dip to to below $10 was nice. Nice. Very nice. Uh, I'm just looking at some of the things here. Yeah, DP. Yeah, let's go, Dara. Yep. Again, you do have resistance now here though, because it was at this level this morning, like 11, 11, 10 is your resistance. So this is not the best spot anymore, right? The spot was $10 and below. So now it needs to break above 11, 11, 10. JetBlue, yeah, I just saw that JetBlue is looking for a partner to merge with. I guess I'll take a look. Yeah, I'll take a look. John? Oh yeah, okay, I see. Okay. I see. Okay, let me take a look at I think it's like JBlue or something. Yeah. Um, I mean, this is a nice little pop. You know, the news came out a few minutes ago. They said they're looking for someone to partner with. This is not the first time they've done this, though. Right? This is not the first time JetBlue. Like at first, they were gonna partner with whoever that was. I can't remember, but then they blew it up. Um, no, there's no news, Dara. There's no news on GV. It's just a rec show play. It's just a momentum play. No news. Um, yeah. So I don't know, honestly. Like look at that though. Sometimes you feel like these guys are watching the stock. You know, like the company's watching the stock. You mean to tell me that randomly the stock decided to drop news at support? You mean to tell me that randomly they just say, hey, we're looking for a partner because we don't want the stock to break below support for the third time, right? Like it's like the technicals work. Anyways, yeah, I think that's a good exit because there's a lot of resistance between 490 and $5, Akin. So I think you did good there, right? Plus, there's nothing concrete here, right? Like, yeah, yeah, the expand and la 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 la. Yeah, so anyways, resistance. So you did good. You did good. It's kind of curling back down anyways. Let's go, Aiken. Good job. Let's keep cooking. Can someone tell me what the gold candle signifies in the algo, Brad? The gold candle basically signifies a potential reversal in whatever direction it was going in. Alrighty. So if it's going up, so for example, let's look at UGRO, right? So for example, this, right? If a stock is going up and you see a golden candle, it's trying to tell you like, hey, I think we're gonna sell off a little bit, right? Maybe yeah. So you see that gold candle right there? It kind of predicted it perfectly, right? So look at this again, right there, right? You see that? It's good. Stock is going up. You get a gold candle. It's like, hey, buddy, hey, just be careful now, right? So you notice how this one didn't work out, right? Because when you get that golden candle, it's not always 100% accurate. So the best thing to do is to if it's stalling in that area, then it's a good sign. Like for example, right there, right? If you get that candle and you see a whole bunch of other candles confirming that, you're basically getting confirmation. When it's just one golden candle and then the rest of the candles are pushing above it, you have nothing to worry about. Righty? And then same thing on the way down. Like if you get a golden candle on the way down, it's trying to say, okay, we're gonna go up. Alrighty, so it just signifies a reversal in whatever direction. Cool. So right here, you see this golden candle right here, right? There's a golden candle right there, right? It's like, hey, we're going down. There's a golden candle. Maybe we start going back up, and it did go back up, right? So that's what it's for. And then there was one more question for fly, right? The caution candle, it's not because it goes both ways, right? It works. It helps you on the way up and on the way down. Uh, yeah. Let me take a look at the west what is it called again in Discord? The west swing channel is another one to take a look at, right? PK. I think that's where you found pace at. So um, let me take a look at fly. Firefly. You're used to holding options then, or like what's your are you still holding calls? Are you sold them already? What do you need help with? I haven't looked at Pays PK. I like Velo. Like I mentioned to you earlier, right? And I specifically called you out, right? So yeah, closer to $10 there for Velo. Unless you want to scale in, then you could always scale into with the plan, obviously. RBNE. Uh, you got in at $2 earlier, did he? Okay. Yeah, obviously it's down today because of all the potential ceasefire talks that are going on, right? So you basically break even on display. I'm not sure what Corrado. I'm not sure what your entry is on this one, but that's a nice little bounce off 170. We did mention earlier today though that 165 ish, right? Was a bit of support, so it looks like it at least stayed above that level. It looks okay for now, not as an entry though, but it looks okay if you're in already, especially lower. $2, not quite sure about that because you have all of this resistance in this area here. So you're gonna kind of be dealing with this wall here, right? Like 206 ish, 205 to 210 is gonna be your resistance, Diddy. But it did bounce though. That was a nice bounce. Now you just need a breakout, right? The downside to this stock is that it has so much more that's connected to oil and they're trying to end the war. So if it does end, you're gonna get a negative reaction to this on that stock. Alrighty, let's go. None. Welcome to the community, None. You're already in Discord, so just follow the steps. Alrighty, just follow the steps in the getting started channel. You're already in there. RMSG, you're in at 72 cents. Jesus Christ on the motorbike. I wish I had a whip. I wish I had a whip. Nissan, I wish I had a whip that I could whip people through the computer, you know? I no whips. I know, but like we've been saying this whole time, guys, there's resistance at 74. There's resistance at 74. There's also a red zone here, right? Like look at this. Resistance 74, 73. Resistance, same spot, same resistance. Right? So think about it. Like if my resistance is 73 or 74 and I'm buying at 72, like what do I think is gonna happen here? Right? I'm basically just asking to be slapped. Right? Like, always think about where your next resistance is, Nissan, right? Don't do that again. Like, it's not like it's brand new resistance. Like, we've known this the entire time. It's like it's a problem, right? So if you know there's resistance right there, right? And there's a fat red zone there. The VWAP is right there. There's a double top already in that area. You buy 1 penny or 2 pennies below that. What are you asking for, right? If you keep doing things like this, you could end up on a bus to an unknown location. Please don't do that again. Alrighty. But you live and you learn. So for now, if it can stay above 62 cents, you might just be okay. So yeah, watch 62 cents. Alrighty.
NUTELLA.
What's the word?
Peanut butter.
Don't do things like that, please. Otherwise, you're gonna be spelling peanut butter like that. Ready? Please, don't do that. Don't do that, please. Yes, the virus name tag. Why is lunchtime always so annoying, guys? Always so annoying. We have about another 15-20 minutes, guys, and then we're gonna hop off and go back to Discord. So again, don't forget to smash a like if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe if you're new to the channel. And if you're not a member yet and you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat room, Nightbot, and come join us already. Yeah, everything is just looking slow, but again, it is lunchtime, so it's always like this usually. Usually, weakness. Yeah, feed is like, hey guys, I'm doing the same thing I've been doing all day today. Hello, hello. Yeah, like honestly, feed has been such an annoying stock, but also such a good stock, right? Such an annoying stock, but such an easy scalp, right? Like if you're looking for free money, like you're walking on the streets and you're like, oh, I'm gonna pick money off the streets. How many times do you need to see this thing bounce off this level before you're like, oh? But the downside is we keep failing at the top two, right? So you want to be careful up there, right? We keep failing like in that area, right? This has been free money. Like you're walking around and someone throws money on the ground, and you're like, ooh, let me pick it up. Let me pick it up. Ooh, let me pick up free monies, guys. Yeah. Hopefully some of you have been scalping that. And then hopefully at some point it can break out. Yeah, exactly, Saturn, right? Free monies. Literally free monies. When you have an uptrend and you mention we get rid of what is the plan if it keeps going down hard and past the 9 EMA but hasn't closed? That's a good question. Then that's where like like just a stop loss has to come into play, right? Like the other one, like closing below the 9 is like a luxury stop loss, right? But in some cases, you really just like there has to be a stop loss in there already, anyways, Rumteen. So like maybe that stop loss was at the previous low or the below the kernel or somewhere, right? Maybe that one's gonna hit instead. I'm just gonna leave the chart right here for you, JC. I'm just gonna leave it right there for you, so you can see, right? So I don't right there. That's the chart. The rest is up to you. The rest is up to you. I hope we break out here though, because we've tested too many times. We've said that all day today though, right? It's not like this last pump is the only time we've said feed. No, like we've said this all day today. Over and over and over again. Feed, bounce, 250 bounce, 250 bounce, 250 bounce, 250 bounce. So Pretty easy monies. JC, yes. You're welcome, Rumteen. When are we gonna have like a 3% green day in the market, Rob? When? Can you make something happen? When are we gonna have like a 3% green day? Can you do something? 3% green day on SPY, I mean. Because a 3% green day in momentum stocks, we're gonna riot. Riot. We'll call the FBI. Yeah, no, it's slowly like it's slowly breaking out there, which is nice. Yeah, all day, Amy, all day, all day. Mm, 2 and 3. Yeah. uh, no, virus is gonna whoop him. Virus would whoop him. So we don't need that. Ah. Ah. Come on, where are the boomskis? Yeah, so 10 more minutes or so, guys. We're gonna hop off and go back to Discord and then continue. So something is gonna cook after lunch, right? Because we're just in that type of market where things are doing good, you know. So we should see something pop after lunchtime, but we're gonna be in Discord at that point, so we'll continue there. We'll continue cooking in Discord, alrighty. So let's see if UGRO can consolidate after lunchtime, or like one of the feed maybe can break out, you know. So there are a lot of good names that have potential, right? RMSG is still, you know, maybe, right? So there are quite a few names. SCR maybe some breakouts. Right, so we just have to see which of these names can actually break out and give us the boomskis. The boomskis. The boomskis. So, yeah. The boomskis. Looks like NXTT is also trying to come back a bit. NXTT. Yeah, that's a nice little comeback. It's a very nice comeback, actually. Nice. So failed at the VWAP, sold off, came back. Blade, yeah, I know, for the millionth time, you know. At least it's trying though. At least it's trying. What do we need here to get a fat green candle? Where's Raven? Raven's wife is home today, so Raven's pretty useless to us. Useless. If Raven's wife wasn't home, feed would be at 270 at least. Come on, feed. Feed us. Feed us before we get off the stream. The bottom of the la 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 la. It depends. Uh-oh. I thought you had your headphones on, Raven. Raven's wife is the best. The best. You know? The bestest of them all. The most important thing is, she yeah. Raven's wife is the best. Yeah. That's all I have to say. She's just the best. Too many reasons come to mind. Uh, Raven, unbelievable. Unbelievable. The 30th, the Monday. uh, Spy is broken. Why is it crashing again? Or is it just going sideways? Look at the chart. I don't like Spy. I don't want to look at Spy. I don't like Spy. Tell me when Spy is having a 2% green day, and then I'll look. Yeah, Fee just has too much resistance here, but the thing is, we know that there's resistance right there. Is it predictable or dangerous to try and scalp on the downtrend for 2% target on feed, Saturn? Or are you just saying in general? It's dangerous to scalp anything that's on a downtrend, right? It's dangerous. Overall, it's dangerous. Yeah, on a downtrend, yeah, everything becomes a bit more difficult. Unless you see, like, the only time you should scalp a downtrend is something like this, like feed, right? You're like, okay, clearly there's support at this level, so you can try it and then have a stop loss right below, right? So your stop loss has to be right below that level. So then your stop loss is less than 2%, right? So at the very least, your risk reward makes sense. Not like, okay, I want to scalp 2%, but I'm willing to lose 5%, right? Then that just becomes silly. Silly at that point. You know? Yeah, those dudes need to figure the rubbish out. United Nations urges U.S. and Israel to end the war in Iran, to stop attacking Gulf countries, saying this has gone too far. Yeah, yeah. I mean, nobody cares about the UN anyways. Yeah. Interesting. Ramtin, is Mo Salah going to Betis? Or where is he going? Ooh, RBNE with a nice little pop. Almost like lunch is ending and the chaos is starting. Lunch is ending. Stocks are starting to pop a little bit. Trying to feed. Come on, feed. What are you doing? Come on, bro. VCX is like, hey, lunch is finished, guys. Lunch is over. Let's start getting some violence. Yeah, yeah. Lunch is finished. Ken, what's your question for UGRO? 420. RMSG is testing 70 cents again. Yeah, so you're not that far off, right? Who was in that position? Who was in that position for at 74 cents? I think it was yeah, but at least you're not that far away from, Don't be stupid. What's your question for you, Grow? What's your question? There goes RBNE. That's a really nice push. It's a nice little push. Na 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 na. Are you asking if they're going to be new highs? I mean, it's possible, yeah. If we stay above $12, yes. If we stay above $12. Alrighty. RBNE with a nice pop there. So lunchtime being done is ammunition for stocks to go boom skis. Yes. At least it's trying. Like it's trying to curl back and break the downtrend. You grow. So for now, it like I'm still okay with it. Hopefully, it does run after lunchtime here. La, 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 la. As soon as we get off the stream, something's gonna feed. It's gonna say, "Okay, good, they're gone." Look at this. So who was in again at 72 cents? You're only down 1 penny now, right? So start getting ready. Start jogging. Start jogging in place, ready to run. That's funny. Yeah, that's Nissan. Nissan? Yeah. You got pretty close. 71 cents. And then it said, too much resistance, right? Same resistance. Yeah. So hopefully it does break out at some point for you. Let me know if you have any last questions, guys, and then we'll shall hop off and go back to Discord. Alrighty. So let me know if you have any last questions. Alrighty. Again, if you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat. Right. Try it for a month. If you don't like it, cancel it. It's gonna be the best money you ever spent for education. So come join us in Discord and let's cook into the close. Alrighty. Again, let me know if you have any last questions. Smash a like if you haven't already, and hit that subscribe as well if you're new to the community. You are in Nissan? That's good. Yeah, hopefully it goes back up for you because it just keeps struggling there. And that UGRO is really trying to break out here, so it's looking a lot better, right? So, like I said, as long as UGRO stays above $12 there, it should be okay. Hopefully, you can push back above 14 and then beyond. But yeah, 14 is going to be your next resistance coming up here. Sir Benny, what's your position in RBNE? It's been good. What's your position though? It's gonna be in the new trader education section, PK. If you scroll up, it's gonna tell you. So in the new trader education, and then scroll up. It's also on YouTube, like under the videos. If you go down, it's gonna say how to look for swing plays. But again, just keep looking at the small mid cap channel, the HT West swings, options cooking lab, like Virus mentioned. You'll find some swing plays as time goes on. Alrighty, when it comes to swing plays, you don't want to be in a rush. Just take your time. UGRO says, "Hey guys, lunch is done now. Let me go back up, please." Uh, you're in from $1.50. Yesterday morning was hoping for la 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 la. So you're in at $1.50 though, Sir Benny Blanco. If that's the case, then that's really nice. Your resistance is 220 here though. Alrighty. So if you're in at 250, I would honestly almost say like $1.50. If yeah, if you're in from that, I would almost say sell some of the position and then see if the rest can break out above this 220 and then continue pumping. You're glad you held. Yep, yep. Hopefully it keeps going up though. I think we're gonna leave it here for the day though, guys. We'll continue on Discord. I was thinking of selling half around that price. So okay, there you go. Yeah, yeah. It's always good to, especially when it has a run like that, good to lock in some gains and then see what it does with the rest. Yeah, no, we like UGRO going into the rest of the day. We're gonna continue watching and talking about it. It looks good, right? Hopefully, we can consistently get some higher lows though on UGRO here. So there goes 1422. So it's looking a lot better, that's for sure, right? You can kind of tell though that you have a little bit of resistance in this area, obviously, right? When you look to the left hand side, you notice how this last push was a problem. So this last area is also becoming a problem, right? So hopefully, it can break out above that range and then go. So we're gonna keep watching that area. But yeah, so again, we're gonna leave it here for the day and go cook in Discord. So if you do become a member when the stream is done, you can still just find the Discord invite link in the community section, or send me an email, hottradesx@gmail. Alrighty. Have a wonderful rest of the day, everybody. See you tomorrow, Doug. Much love. Thank you all very much again for the support. Be safe. Alrighty. Don't do anything too crazy. Cool. Cool. Bye for now, everybody. Raven, be nice to your wife, please. Be nice to your wife. Why? Because she's the bestest. Alrighty? See you in Discord. Bye, Amy. See you in Discord. JC, you're welcome. See you tomorrow. You need to call Robinhood? Okay, sounds good. Lizzie, see you tomorrow. Bye for now. Good to see you again, Lawson. Bye for now. PK, see you in Discord. Nissan, you better make that money back. Added, I got a text. Someone is added to my account. I should call. Oh, Raven, unbelievable. How? That's crazy. Yep. See you tomorrow, Lamb. Akin, bye for now. See you in Discord. Diddy, later. Bye. Nicola, bye for now. See you later. See you in Discord. Sir Benny, congratulations on the gains on RBNE. Good job. See you later. Sounds good, Nissan. Bye for now. Good day to you, Saturn. Thank you, TJ. See you tomorrow. Thank you all very much. Yeah, good luck, Lawson. Yeah. No, I think for now it's still hopeful. If we can break out, I think you're gonna get that money back, hopefully. Alrighty. So make sure you have a good stop loss though. If it starts dropping, you don't want to end up holding a bag all the way to the abyss. Because this stock has been running a lot. Alrighty. If you were a member, you would have been in way sooner than $16 Lawson. Unbelievable. We started talking about this stock below $3. $3 to 16 is where you got in at. Isn't that crazy? Right? So sometimes when you don't invest in yourself, it comes back to take the money away anyways. So do better. Alrighty? Okay. Bye everybody. Much love. Bye.